Hello everyone, how are we today? Hope everyone's having a good Thursday. Breathing myself, I'm doing alright. I hope you're doing a little bit better than breathing, Chozo. Did you have a rough night last night after the collab? You know, someone's there is just a... Fair enough, fair enough. No, I understand that feeling very well. I'm glad you decided to come and hang out with me, though, for the time being. I appreciate that. Thank you. Trying a little bit of a new position with my microphone, so it's less obtrusive to me seeing my screens and such, and not so much like something I'm going to bump into when I'm talking with my hands and stuff like that. Forgot my my controller was plugged in, so when it popped that up, my controller vibrated, which vibrated my desk. I'm like, what the heck is that? My phone's not ringing. What's going on? Oh no. It's hard to do that on any platform, really. I mean, I was trying to, you know, do stuff for video editing and voiceover and stuff like that, and I was just getting no luck on it. I'm just glad Salem has been getting some commissions. That it is. Have you played around with this game much? Or at all, Chozo? Holy cow. Yeah, you're a lot more experienced in it than I am. I'm probably making you cringe with how I'm playing this. Hey Nicole, going well. How are you doing today?
Away with you. Know your folly.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. Alright, one down. When I started playing, I tore through the available MSQ so fast I was still a sprout for most of Endwalker. Fair enough. Hey Mexi, how you doing today? Better, still in pain because I fell off my bike yesterday. Yep, I remember you talking about that yesterday. Today again, I failed my theoretical. Oh no, I'm sorry. When can you next retake your theoretical exam? In about 2 weeks. Alright, well, study up and hopefully it goes better on this next round. I'm rooting for you. I know you can pass it. Very true, Chozo. Very true. Oh, okay, okay. So it's mostly the pressure when you go to take the test that makes it difficult? Shift things up a little bit because I'm having trouble seeing. There we go. Yes, normally I'm not this nervous before exams. Couldn't even eat in the morning, so I kind of already knew I'm going. Ah, those nerves staying in is tough. Again, I'm gonna root for you. You'll get it. I know you will. Oh, fair, fair. See, here in the States, it doesn't cost us that much to take our driver's test. I think it cost me like $20, but €100? That's a lot. had to do it that much, and then €400 for the set of 15 practical classes. Holy cow! This theoretical test, driving test is 300, and everything all about 3,500. Oh, what the heck? That is insanely expensive. I mean, I think we paid 1,200 for my actual like in classroom classes, and then when I got my learner's permit after the written the theoretical test. I got my learner's permit, and then for 6 months after that, I had to log like 80 hours driving during the day with an adult in the car, and then I had to log 20 hours at night driving, and then I could take the driver's license test in which I turned 16. Practice run someone who isn't driving, isn't a driver teacher's in a clear. Ah, gotcha. And it wasn't just someone that was over 18. It had to be someone over the age of 30. So you need driving school, car covered in logos of it, plus the sign that indicates that the car is being used for practice. Very interesting. It's really expensive. You have to pay $400 at the start, and then 45 minutes normal driving is $65. Then there is also other ones on the highway where it's 90 minutes at €150. You know what? No wonder so many Europeans don't get their driver's license. It's ridiculous. Holy crap, man. Yeah. City I live, the public transport system is a mess at times, but it ain't that bad most of the time. Fair enough. No, I was really impressed with the public transit system when I visited Germany. It was amazing. It was so nice compared to what we have here in the States. The moment you live outside the main city, though, you can have 2 buses a day that might just not show up. Wow, 350 kilometers from where you need to be. Horrible, but never on time. I don't know, compared to here in America, it was much smoother. At least in my experience. The wonders of the Canary Islands is not for mass tourism. The government just doesn't care. Literally why I'm trying to leave. Fair enough. I didn't know you were in the Canary Islands. That's awesome. I mean, not awesome for you because you're trying to get out of there, but it's a unique location. You're the first person I've ever heard from that lives out that way, that I've known lives on the islands. Probably when you're used to having those many different public transport, it's not that amazing. Fair enough, fair enough.
Release. Away with you.
Yeah, really unique culture within the country of Spain, but we're treated as second class in the best of days, and we were choked out by tourism and landlords and people. So Mom legitimately think it's a good. Wow. That's crazy. I'm sorry you guys have had to put up with that kind of stuff. I wish things were better. Some people on the mainland think we don't have roads or internet, and we have like huts or something. Here at the moment, no trains are driving because they're making the tracks new. So now, just use buses in exchange as an exchange for the trains. Wow. No, I got it. I can translate. I'm also trying to read it while I'm fighting, so because it actually pops up on my screen when a chat comes through as part of a new tool I'm trying. I have to adjust the time on how long it stays on screen because when it's something longer, there's not enough time for me to read it out. Fair enough, Chozo. Which I can confirm I will be playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on its launch day, if you guys want to be here for that, for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Everything okay, Nina? Everything okay? It isn't my first language, so I guess it's okay. It's not perfect, but I'm way too hard on myself when it comes to making mistakes when I write or talk English. You know what? That's fair. And even English is my first language. I'm still not very good with it. It's a thought behind a reason. If you would see our mission to its conclusion. Ah, damn it. I missed that. Such rage and rancor. Is there truly no other way? I'm sorry, Maxie. You're fine. Even I mess up English, and it's my native tongue. That's normal, though. I also make a lot of stupid mistakes in German or just mix up words. Oh my gosh, I do that so many times, I can't even tell you. Right, Chozo, right? This is my WoW player showing now as I'm staying to the sides of the dragon so I don't get hit by the tail. Switch letters around just like a lot, but I'm here to watch. Fair enough. And you know what? I will never judge you on that happening, and I will try my best to translate and, you know, not point it out, because we can't control when that happens. It does have a tail hurt box? Okay. Sometimes I even mess up if the right articles for the right words, so problem when people learn German don't get the exact words right. Fair, fair. Which I am still working on my German very slowly. Spanish is my mother tongue, English is essentially my second. First tongue, because I can in both whenever that said. Sometimes I speak no language. Of course, got some says, fuck you. Yeah, no, I get that too. See, that's the crazy thing, is I was raised, my entire extended family is Latino, so I was raised with Spanish, and I understood it pretty dang well as a kid. But the moment I took Spanish in high school, and they taught us Castilian Spanish, Spanish from Spain versus Spanish from Mexico that I grew up with, completely screwed up my understanding of the language. Third language I learned, but oh, I'm so horrible at Spanish. So learning German here, mein Deutsch ist nicht sehr gut, aber ich lerne. Yeah, mine's not very good either. See, the thing is, I do well at learning how to read a language and translating it in my head to English, but speaking the damn thing, I'm screwed. Yeah, I can't spell work. Which I get mad at myself for not spelling the word out. That's fine, I mean, everyone, we all have our stuff. Yeah, there's a whole song about how many goddamn dialects Spanish has. I know, right? Mexican Spanish or Spanglish also. It's just go que difícil es hablar en el español. Yeah, speaking Spanish is so hard. And see, that's the thing. Once I can look at a language and I see it, I can translate and speak it when I'm reading it. But having to recall it to conversation and not speak English is the hard part for me. If that makes sense. Also, something I detest in any language is grammatical gender. You telling me? You are telling me most Latin-based languages, even some Germanic and Slavic-based languages too. When I started learning Spanish at school, I first had three different teachers. I knew when COVID started. Oh, geez. See, that's another thing that made education rough on anyone of this upcoming generation. Cornell. It would seem Teoman was the last. I sense no other dragons nearby. What is happening? Tell me Spanish. Why is a key a she? Tell me German. Why a key is a he? God damn it, even professional linguists hate it. I mean, my report card was amazing that year, but as soon as we had normal school again, I was fucked. Yeah. Needhog. He roars. He knows we are here then? His fury bleeds through the eye. Fear not, I am yet my own master. But that damned worm's wrath burns hotter than a flame. Come, the heart of the dragon's homeland yet lies before us. Thus do we add another link to the chain of vengeance. Oh, Saint Shiva, when will it end? Chozo. Not reading that one out loud because I offload a lot of these to YouTube as part of a series.
The peak of Som Al, at the end of a perilous mountain path, whence could be seen a string of pearl-like islands floating impossibly atop a sea of clouds.
Well, that's great, Mexi.
To a domain where dragons
Smart.
and men had once lived in harmony, whose majesty no mortal eye had glimpsed for nigh on 1,000 years, they came.
Which I use voice chat on the phone to help, or use Discord voice chat to chat with people, then mostly with friends sometimes. Fair enough. How are you doing today, Mini-Me? We have reached it at last, the peak of Som Al. 'Tis said to be the highest mountain in all of Eorzea, you know? I thought it cold in Korthus, but the air here carries the chill of a dozen winters. Now that we have scaled the mountain, there remains the problem of finding Hrisvalgar himself. What manner of creature is that? Something my driving teacher was talking about was that how stupid that is that in German, you talk about the girl, they use das, so the neutral article instead of the female one, but for the boy it's der. So the male article doesn't make any sense. Boop, back, Yuki, how you doing, sweetie? Cornell, do my eyes deceive me, or was that a Moogle? Oh boy, you guys get to hear my Moogle voice again. It was my understanding that they only divulged within the 12's wood. I certainly never expected to see one in the churning mists. I absolutely have everything I need to get food in German. Look. Point. Basta? If the Moogle does live here, however, he may know where his Froggar makes his lair. Quickly, now, before we lose the creature completely. Doing great. Playing Mythology Definitive Edition with mods. Age of Wrath to play Chronos. Nice. Nexia, do the same thing. Bakery, those things have a different name. Fair enough. And that's, you know, it's probably they're used to it. He's gone, Cornell. We must widen our search. Do not ask what they call the cream balls covered in chocolate. Oh, boy. The nearby air warped. You sense the concealing magics are at work. Very, you know what? Just historically, yeah. I have heard tales of these Moogles, but 'tis the first time I ever laid eyes on one. They are rather adorable, aren't they? Hey, Rabbit, how you doing, sweetheart? What? Why do you stare at me so? Can I not find a creature adorable? My heart is truly not made of ice. You know what I miss the most about my time in Germany? And it's one of the cheapest snacks, honestly. And I loved it so much. Working upgrade. Yay! What are you upgrading on it? Was meat cheese. Nice. I see no evidence of this Moogle of yours. Are you certain it wasn't a trick of the light? Perhaps 'twas simply one of those strange plants shifting in a breeze. Uh-oh. How many sticks are you putting in and how many slots do you have? And no, that was not an innuendo. Two sticks, 4 slots. Okay. Make sure you're seating them in the proper order. Not, because sometimes there's the prime slot for your first stick. So you have to make sure that gets set into the correct slot. And then you have to see if it's 1, 2, 3, 4 from left to right, or if it's 1, 2 in what would technically be the third slot, and then 3, 4, depending on how the RAM needs to be sat. So there's different ways that RAM could need to be set based upon its model and how the motherboard's done. What, you know. So take that into account. But usually the first slot to the left is your primary slot. It's your first one. It's RAM slot 1 is usually for that one on the left-hand side when you're looking at the motherboard. Okay. Sorry. Forgive me. It's a habit of working in tech support for so long. And it's not usually a fact most people know. So I'm sure I glimpsed the Moogle fleeing in this direction. Could he be concealing himself with magic? And that's the unfortunate thing, and that's what we need to break about society, Chozo, is those old, terrible terms sticking around or becoming part of common language. It's a pain in the ass because I spent like 5 hours trying to find my tower online and found nothing. Oof. What you can also do, look on the motherboard itself. There should be a series of letters and numbers, and that should be your model number for that particular motherboard. I know, easier said than done a lot of the times, but... It's a friend... Oh no. That's terrible. Confound it, could we but enlist the aid of one of the local Moogles? I'm certain his Frelgar would not elude us for long. Though the eye enables me to sense the presence of dragons, I can only identify Needhogs with any certainty. We could wander the mists for days and not know if we were any closer to his brood brother. And those are days we cannot well afford to squander. Shall we divide our forces then? Lady Ysayle, might I ask you to question any dragons whom you judge safe to approach? I shall try, yet I fear the influence of Needhog's rage will render most of the Dravanians in the area deaf to reason. And what of you, Mr. Alphino? I have not yet given up on the Moogles. Sometimes you think nice enough. Fair, fair. Cornell, come with me to Gridania. I mean to petition the aid of the Moogles' kin in the Twelveswood. After that business with Mooglemog, I dare say they will be glad to help us. Assuming you have no need of me, I shall remain here. Needhog senses both the loss of his consort and the coming of the Eye, and his attention is firmly fixed in this direction. I mean to do what I can to hold his gaze, in the hope that it might delay any action against Ishgard. Thank you, Estinian. Come then, Cornell, let us make haste for Gridania and rendezvous at Nofka's altar. Ah, but I neglected to tell you. There is an aetheryte of ancient construction here, which should make the return journey rather less arduous. Pray, do not forget to use it. Does support that kind. Could be a single-sided ram versus double-sided ram. It is Thunder, and you're right. I forgot about single-sided versus double-sided. Very true. How you doing today, Thunder? Good. Glad to hear it. Though I haven't seen single-sided RAM in years. Most everything is operating on double-sided now. We started with something called using a star between the male version of the word. Huh, interesting. Gestures why we use this. I watched Return of the King for the first time in a while yesterday. It is a very, very amazing movie. Yeah, the part about destroying is what it highlighted as a potential issue on the auto mod. I only do that because my mods aren't always here, so don't worry about it. I just have to review it. I sent word to the Elder Seats here upon arriving in Gridania, and I am pleased to report that she has agreed to grant us an audience. If anyone can help us to contact the Twelveswood Moogles, it is she. It truly is. Glad I have a small hand so I don't bump something accidentally in my computer's tower. Trust me, Rabid. I have scars on my knuckles and on my hands from cutting myself working on computers and doing cable management and stuff like that on servers. Every time I work on my computer inside, I end up bleeding in some way. You are expected at the Lotus Stand. I trust you are familiar with the conjurer stationed at its entrance. The Elder Seedseeker awaits you. Pray, follow me. Now have little... Yes! Yay! Yay! That is awesome news, Thunder. For those who are new and haven't seen Thunder in chat before, Thunder, if you don't, suffered a stroke. So getting any movement back is a great step. And I haven't been to Gridania in so long. I haven't kept my subscription in almost 2 months, and I miss it, but I can't spend any money unless I get some more comps. Fair enough. Alright, tomorrow I have another dragon lesson, so I should go to sleep now. Have fun, everyone. Good night, Mexi sweetheart. Sleep well, rest well, and I know you're going to rock that lesson tomorrow. I bid you welcome, friends. The Admiral spoke of having met with you, but 'tis no less of a relief to see you safe and hale with mine own eyes. We humbly thank you for agreeing to receive us upon such short notice, my lady, and for all of you have done for us in our absence. Would that it were solely to express our gratitude that we came to you this day. I'll do my best. I'm a little scared to tell my teacher that I failed that exam today. I don't know if she knows already. If the school is licensed and such, they may get a report back from the driving bureau, but that, that depends on your country. Alas, the tides of battle yet dictate our comings and goings. Elder Seedseeker, we would beg your wisdom in a matter that may finally bring an end to the Dragonsong War. Speak on, friend. I didn't have to tell my instructor. He always went with the examiner and me. Fair enough. I see. So you seek a means to contact these Moogles of the Churning Mists.
Kupo! I say Kupo!
I think they should know, but I don't know if the person who was there with us told her or not. The program knows, but okay, fair enough. Greetings, Kuplo Ka. To what do we owe the pleasure of your company?
I was struck by the sudden urge to bring you some fruit, Connie. And I'm jolly glad I did. Tell me more about these Moogles in the sky, Kupo.
I'll gladly tell you all I know, though it amounts to precious little. We encountered a Moogle high in the clouds of Dravania, and had hoped that you and your kin in the Twelveswood might agree to facilitate a meeting. Pray, correct me if I am mistaken, Kuplo, but there are legends, are there not, which speak of Moogles who dwelled beyond the clouds?
Indeed there are, Kupo. Long, long ago, back when the world was still young, they say my ancestors served the gods up in the heavens. Of course, that was before their masters took to bickering like spoiled children.
Ah, yes, the tale of good King Moogle Mogomog the 12th. He is revered for holding fast to a rope of miraculous length that his subjects might climb down from the sky and escape to the world below. Ignoring the more fanciful aspects of the tale, it may well be that Kuplop's ancestors hailed from the Churning Mists. Given how long his kin have resided in the Twelveswood, it is perfectly possible that the details of their history have faded into myth. Indeed, Master Alphino, such stories oft contain a measure of truth. 'Tis like the Mughals of the Churning Mist tell similar tales of the world below. I can well imagine why the one you encountered fled at your approach.
Oh, fleeing's second nature to us. We often hide when the larger races come tramping through the forest. Of course, where there's one Moogle, there's bound to be more. Which is why I've decided to take a trip to the clouds, Kupo. They surely won't be afraid to talk to me.
I was hoping you might say that, Master Kuplo. You will accompany us then?
Just you try and stop me, Kupo. I'll admit the thought of venturing outside the Twelveswood is a bit unsettling, but I can hardly refuse a chance to meet my distant cousins.
If you will have me, I too will accompany you on this venture, and lend my voice to your cause as an ambassador of Gridania. My lady, are you quite certain? How oft has our nation turned to the scions of the Seventh Dawn in its hour of need? How oft have we asked the Warrior of Light to risk his life to save our own? Full many times, I say to you, and never have they refused us. Thus do I choose this day to offer mine aid to our allies for the good of the realm. Is this not just? A most unexpected and most welcome offer, Elder Seedseer. We would be honored by your presence. Okay, so now that I have a larger group here, what do you guys think of the Moogle voice? Is it horrible? Should I never do it again? Hi, Hana. I noticed chat went dead quiet when I started doing it. I get cuddles because yes. Oh. You love it, Mini-Me? It's adorable. Pray, return to the summit and inform our companions of these developments. I will serve as the Elder Seedseer's guide on the journey back to Sam'al. Thank you, everybody. It being a path I have already trodden, I do not anticipate any great difficulties. Besides, we shall have the Elder Seedseer's personal guard to escort us. Cuddle pile! Aww. Head pats then. Well met, Warrior of Light. Needhogg has not stirred, but he watches us unblinking. Cuddle you with your lizard. Only head pats. I want to cuddle the lizard too. It's a damn cute lizard. The Elder Seedseer herself answers your call? Then there is naught to do but wait. There's it as a snuggly gremlin. There you are. They are here, Cornell. Greetings, my friends. I am happy to report that our journey was mercifully uneventful. Devoid as the road was of Dravanians, 'twould seem the dragons have abandoned some all for the churning mists. Elder Seedseer, may I present to you Sir Estinian, Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. 'Tis an honor to meet you, Sir Estinian. I have heard many tales of your order's extraordinary skill and courage. At least I will not bite you like the lizard does fair. Friends, I feel it only right to inform you that we are not alone. The Mughals are all around us even as we speak. You should have seen me bringing the 40-pound pound. Uh-oh. And I should imagine they are more than a little concerned by the horde of strangers that have descended upon their home. Mayhap now would be an opportune moment to introduce ourselves? Well, that's good, Rabbit. This should serve.
They're hiding, of course, but there are so many of them, Kupo.
I am Khan Isena. My companions and I have braved the long road from the Twelveswood to share words with you. On this, the occasion of our first meeting, we bring an offering of light and wind.
Ooh. Ooh. Such a gentle and pleasing glow, Kupo.
Actually, this one should be deeper if I remember who this is sitting there.
I am Moglin, the chieftain of this Mughal clan.
Chieftain Moglin, it is an honor to meet you.
Greetings, I am Kuplo Kap, an ambassador of the Twelveswood Mughals.
A Mughal from the world below. Your hide is so different to hue, but that palm is unmistakable. I might need a moment here, Kupo.
And my dog's outside. 1 second. Sorry about that. I'm back. Apologies. That was someone was at the door for signatures on petitions for the ballot coming up to get on the ballot. So happy to help out because it was someone that my godmother was familiar with. Okay, let's continue. My companions were no less surprised to learn of your existence here amongst the clouds. I hope they did not startle you overmuch in their eagerness to make your acquaintance. Full well can I imagine your weariness. I'm told that men have not walked here in nigh 1,000 years. Now, nigh 1,000 winters. Thank you, Hannah. Mayhap you will forgive them their forwardness when I unfold to you the grave matter which first brought them into your midst. My companions crave an audience with the great worm Hrothgar, that they might negotiate an end to the war betwixt man and dragon.
And into the war, you say? I trust you, Isina. The light of peace shines brightly within your soul.
God, it's hard to pick out what voice he has. It's going to take me a little while to figure this voice out. You're going to hear a lot of permutations.
But I'm afraid the same cannot be said for your friends. To be plain, we did not hide ourselves because they were the first of your kind to be seen here in 1,000 years.
Skirt, I'm just going to do the regular Moogle voice. It's too hard to come up with a unique one.
Well, not only because of that, we hid because we smelled dragon blood. These skies are home to many, many dragons. While some crave peace, such as Hrothgar, many others crave the opposite, such as Needhog. Suffice it to say, we are worried that the presence of your blood-spattered warrior friends will attract the attention of the nastier kind, and invite destruction into our happy home. Now, just a moment, Chieftain. Cornell here may have doled out the odd thrashing or two, but it's always been for a really good reason. He is champion of the 12's-Wood Moogles, and I'll not hear his good name slandered. Now, Ambassador, let's not ruffle each other's fur. I shall, of course, take your testimony into consideration.
If I may, Chieftain, there is little room for trust twixt strangers. Might we not take this opportunity to learn more of each other?
An excellent suggestion, Kupo. In the interests of fostering friendship and keeping an eye on you, I extend to you the hospitality of Mogholm. Prove yourselves worthy of our assistance, and it will be yours. I shall be watching, Kupo.
How was your day, Hannah?
Tell me, in the world down below, do you all of your kind look so different from one another? It must be terribly disconcerting. What was a Kuplo Cop called you again? Cornell. Your names are as odd as your appearance. Have you ever considered a nice Moogle name? Moglin is taken, by the way, Kupo. As are Moggin, Mogmug, and Mogwin. These being the names of the three wise Moogles will administer the momentous challenges that I have devised to measure your worth. I call them the Trials of Trustworthiness.
I'm still at work for another 90 minutes. My back hurts, though, so I wish I was... Aww.
Undertake these trials, and we shall soon see whether or not you are worthy of our aid.
It's always kind of the voice I imagined a Moogle having. Though, a buddy of mine in a homebrew TTRPG we did that took place in the world of Final Fantasy played a Moogle, and his Moogle sounded like a chain-smoky taxi driver from the Bronx.
Yes, you have the pleasure of speaking to Mogmug. I know. I am the fluffiest, most enchanting creature you have ever laid eyes upon, Kupo. It isn't easy being this adorable. I can barely take a stroll outside without those relentless Dravanians throwing themselves at me. Why, they look as if they might just gobble me right up. In any case, fleeing their observing adulation is growing a bit tiresome. Your trial, sir, is this. Find these ardent archaeosaurs and slap some manners into them, Kupo. Perhaps a firm smack on the snout will teach them to appreciate my charm from afar.
Oh, it's actually a better lance.
Hello, yes, I am Moghan, the foremost alchemist in Mogholm, if you must know. If your tummy's gloopy or your wings droopy, I have a potion to fix that. Or, I would if I didn't keep running out of ingredients. Luckily, you're here to do my trial. Go forth, mighty adventurer, and mightily pluck 3 sprigs of cloud's breath for me. You'll find it blooming near the entrance of Elatom. It's not the safest of places, so don't let yourself be too distracted by the pretty flowers, Kupo. Mogwin's the name, and art is my game. When it comes to painting, there are none in Mogholm who can match my talent with a brush, Kupo. I know why you have come. Chieftain Moglin has demanded that I test your trustworthiness. But as I trust no one to create art that will satisfy me, I instead charge you with retrieving a masterpiece. I seem to have misplaced it. It was an ambitious and an innovative work and guaranteed to fetch at least 4 Kupo nuts on the open market. You must find it. Question the masses. Surely a pebble painted with such vibrant color and unmistakable panache cannot have escaped the notice of every Moogle in Mogholm.
Oh god, I gotta talk more like a Moogle. During this one.
Mogwin is missing his masterpiece, Kupo. Oh, you mean that paint-smeared mess of a pebble? I've not seen it recently, a fact for which my eyes are profoundly grateful. Maestro Mogwin has misplaced his masterpiece, Kupo? Oh, happy day! If I am the swifter in finding it, I will soon have a genuine Mogwin for the price of a little perspiration. Honestly, who has 4 Kupo notes just lying around to spend on such luxuries? I don't know much about his stone, but I do know Mogwin's been creeping out the back way to Som All's summit from time to time, Kupo. Maybe he left it up there.
Oh, it wants me to go speak to him. Oops.
Well, what did you find out, Kupo? Yes. Now that you mention it, I do seem to recall leaving my pebble out in the sun to dry. The second part of your trial commences. Go adventure and retrieve my masterpiece before some art-starved admirer swipes the stone for himself.
Bum 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 bum. Bum ba da ba 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 bum ba da ba ba.
Gonna build the biggest collection of shiny landlord treasures any Moogle has ever seen, Kupo. And then I'll bask in the envy of everyone at Mogholm.
Boom 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 boom.
Do you have it, Kupo? Is my masterpiece safe? Yes, this is my work. Is it not exquisite? I call it Contemplations of Zenith. Thank you, sir. At last I can exchange my art for those delectable Kupo nuts. Chieftain Moglin will hear of your valorous deed.
Ba-bum. All right, 1 of 3. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oop, I don't want to fall in a hole. All right. Ba-ba-bum-bum. There's another Cloud's Breath. Alright, let's return to our Moogle friends. Bum bum bum. Ba-da-da-bum.
You were able to humble my Dravanian devotees? Wonderful. You are as capable as I am captivating, Kupo. Still, my precious perfection does not excuse those louts from pursuing me so mercilessly. Their tongues lolling and bellies rumbling. The Dravanians and their ilk have much to learn about acceptable acts of admiration. Did you have any trouble finding Cloud's Breath? I do need it quite urgently, you know.
Awesome, Rabid. Good job. Proud of you.
Oh yes, these are perfect, Kupo. Now I have the main ingredient for my palm tonic. Speaking of which, how are you feeling, sir? Should you ever feel your palm losing its bounce, then I'm your Moogle, Kupo.
You have completed the trials of trustworthiness. Return to Chieftain Muglin and await his judgment. Aww. Head pats.
Cornell, if that is what you insist on calling yourself, you have completed the trials of trustworthiness administered by the taskmasters Mogin, Mogmug, and Mogwin. During these grueling tests of character, I closely observed your conduct, as well as that of your companions. And I am decided, Kupo. Gather your friends before me so that I need not repeat myself needlessly.
And hates the new RAM sticks. Oh no. So you didn't get them working? Oh, I'm sorry. Ah, these trials are over then. My tasks have been a little more than household chores. If our hosts elect not to grant their aid after working us like pack chocobos, I shall demand compensation and kupo nuts out of principle. But I hope it will not come to that. Let us hear the chieftain's verdict, shall we? How go your trials, Warrior Light? I myself have been sent on a number of expeditions to chastise the local dragon population. Did not the chieftain wish to avoid inflaming the Dravanians? Such contradictions aside, our hosts seemed entranced by the height of my leap. They compared me to Mog, a lance-wielding Moogle warrior of Eld, who also favored such attacks. 'Twas meant as a compliment, I expect, but I doubt these furry lumps could outleap a caracal lamb, much less a dragoon. Conclude your business here swiftly, Cornell. I like not this place. Yeah, because it's too adorable for you, you grumpy ass. Standing here in Mogholm, my thoughts turn inevitably to the legend of good King Moggle the 12th and his seat in the heavens. Like most, I thought it no more than a myth. A story for younglings that grew with the telling. But with every passing moment, I become more certain that we have discovered the origin of the tale. Full eager am I to hear what the chieftain has to say.
We've become such friends, Kupo. My Moogle cousins love to sing and dance as much as I do. Chieftain...
Oh, okay.
Chieftain Moglin has finally come to a decision, has he? Well, I suppose I'd better flutter over and see him then. What sorcery... Sorry, what sorcery is this? That my heart should stir at mere fluffiness. She wants to snuggle them. Cornell! I was... No matter. What is it? Chieftain Moglin has made his decision? Well, let us not keep him waiting then. Oh, she wants to just grab a Moogle and snuggle it. That's cute. Never have I seen such determined workers, Kupo. It would have taken us moons to complete all the dreary chores and niggling errands.
And have our labors proven the purity of our intentions, chieftain?
Without a doubt. In fact, there was never really all that much doubt to begin with. You were, after all, already friends with a fellow Moogle. But, you see, before any meeting with His Fralgar could take place, certain preparations needed to be made. And what better way to help you pass the time than by having you perform all the tiresome tasks that no one ever wants to do, Kupo? Oh dear, the horn! Bring out the horn, quickly now! We blow on this wondrous instrument whenever we wish to speak with the great worm, Kupo. We haven't perhaps been treating it with the care it deserves of late, and I think may have sat on it. So we needed some time for cleaning and polishing and straightening. No lasting harm done, though. Now, you need simply head to Zenith, the worm's dwelling to the west, and give the horn a good toot. We are in your debt, chieftain. Thanks to your noble gift, we shall finally have a chance to plead our case to Hsvalgar. Very possibly, yes, but I wouldn't get my hopes up too high, Kupo. The old worm isn't terribly fond of, Your concern is appreciated, but I am quite certain that Hsvalgar will welcome our overtures. Should we arrive at his lair? Come. Should we ever arrive at his lair? Come, we have squandered enough time already. So what ended up being the problem? Is it just the wrong rabbit, or what's going on? Chieftain Moglin, we thank you for your gracious hospitality, though we must soon take our leave. I pray that we may continue to nurture the shoots of this new-sprung friendship twixt earth and sky. Of course, Kupo. Visit us whenever you wish, consider Mogholm your home amongst the clouds. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. And the posture check. It was a nice stretch. Thanks for the help, Kupo. I doubt we would ever have found time for all those rotten chores. Hey, it wasn't my idea. If the chieftain had spent a little less time sitting about and a little more time chieftaning, things would never have gotten so messy in the first place. And he was the one who sat on the horn, by the way. But now all the errands are done and the horn is fixed. So, all's well that ends well, eh, Kupo? Oh, because something's going on with that program. It's not working properly for me. I need to turn off those redeems. Or I need to download the program again. Because right now it just doesn't work properly. It won't stay authenticated to Twitch. It's caused OBS to crash on me. It's just been really, really funky. Well, I expect you're eager to be on your way. Did I mention your friend was looking for you, Kupo? If not, Alphino is looking for you. I'll be waiting just outside, stretching my wings. Let me know when you're ready to depart. To the best of my knowledge, we have all that we need for our trip to Zenith, and I believe the Elder Seer and her retinue will soon be making the journey back to Gridania. It would be remiss of us, I think, not to convey our gratitude to them prior to going our separate ways, shall we? Alphino, Cornell, I do humbly thank you for what has been a most enlightening experience. Were it not for you, your pioneering spirit, the existence of these Mughals might never have been revealed to us. 'Tis we who should be thankful, Elder Seer. Were it not for your timely diplomacy, they would never have chosen to reveal themselves at all. And 'twas your presence, Kuplokop, that ultimately won us their trust. It must have taken great courage to leave the sanctuary of the Twelveswood, and we are exceedingly glad that you did. It was my pleasure, Kupo. I've made so many new friends and have so many fantastic tales to tell my kinsmoogle back home. And it is to our home that we must now return. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal, my friends. Safe journey, Elder Seer. We too must be on our way. His Frolgar awaits. Warrior of Light, pray, attend closely to your companion, Sir Estinian. Beneath that stoical facade, a storm of anguish seethes unseen. Have you said your goodbyes and dabbed away your tears, Kupo? Then we are indeed ready to go. Oh boy, lots of Kupo talk today. As Chieftain Moglin already explained, the shiny instrument we gave you is the best means of grabbing Hysralgar's attention. I'll come along and show you the way to Zenith. That's the big palace where you need to blow the horn. First things first, though, we need to make for Asa. Oh, and watch out for rampaging dragons. Maybe that should have been the first thing, Kupo. I like doing character voices. But thankfully, that's one that doesn't, like, tear up my vocal cords.
But it does cause me to tighten them. Bravo. Mini-me, bravo. Is that for you, Rabbit? Oh, you are so mean, Rabbit. Hana, dear, dear Hana. Are you being a good girl at work? Making sure you're taking good care of all your customers? Too bad I can't come in and distract you at work. Let's see. Would you make sure I get all the special service if I was your customer like a good girl should? Also, you better have eaten today and stayed hydrated. Chozo. Oh, man, you're awesome. So, what's interesting to me, fair enough, Chozo, what's interesting to me is around this time, was Capcom and Square Enix sharing creature designers? Because some of these Dravanians I'm running into like a hell of a lot like Monster Hunter monsters. But I swear to God, I'm going to cuddle you so much for this. God damn it. And yeah, I just finished eating a few minutes ago, so stay away from my kneecaps and quit flustering me, a damn incubus. At least wait for me to be home first. But Hana, where's the fun in that? It's so much fun to know that you're at work, squirming and wiggling, and you have to wait till you get home. Uh-oh. Hana, you didn't say you were staying hydrated though, so you've been a bad girl. I guess I'm gonna have to punish you when you get home. Paddle, flogger, or just bare hand. I wonder which will be best. I guess you'll have to wait and find out. Okay, 2 of those are good, but you need to cut the soda out. No more soda. Get G Fuel or something that has antioxidants, that has vitamins in it. Still has a little bit of caffeine, but it's mostly healthy. Soda is junk and crap for your body. All right, Rabbit, but don't... Wait, Rabbit. Do me a favor before you leave. Do exclamation point lurk and read it carefully. A little bit of soda is fine, like every once in a while, but yeah, don't overdo it. Not like me drinking a 6-pack of Surge a day when I was in high school. Things were a bit bitey. Yep. Things were a bit bitey for a while there, but I think we've arrived in one piece, Kupo. I wonder what has the dragons so awfully snappy. I mean, the bad ones are always bad, but they seem worse than usual. And I'm 6'4", and at the time I was maybe 155 pounds. So I was rail thin and putting that much caffeine and sugar in my system. It's no wonder I am hypoglycemic.
We may have a small problem, Kupo. When the winds are high like this, his Froggar invariably abandons his lofty perch and heads to the lands below to hunt. If you tried blowing the horn now, I doubt he'd hear it. I suggest we stop at the clearing up ahead and rest until the winds die down.
I have replaced soda for the most part. I have it once in a while as like a treat, or depending on where I'm eating. Like if I'm at Taco Bell, hell yes, I have Mountain Dew Baja Blast. But for the most part, I drink at least 1 to 2 64-ounce mugs of water with a single scoop of G Fuel mixed into it a day. And when I have it, I either mix in a little bit of apple juice or a little bit of Arnold Palmer, which is half lemonade, half black tea, into it.
This should do nicely, Kupo. The winds will likely have died down by tomorrow, but until then, we might as well make ourselves comfortable.
If we must interrupt our journey so close to its end, I suppose this place is as good as any. And mayhap a brief respite from the hardships of the road will help to clear our minds in readiness for the coming parley. Very well then, I believe a campfire is in order. Leave the gathering of fuel to me. I acquired a keen nose for firewood during my time in the frozen wastes of Korthus. Unsweet tea and water? Nothing wrong with that, Thunder. clear our minds. 'Tis Master Alphino whose mind needs clearing. The thought of meeting a great worm in the flesh has befuddled the boy. Did you see him stroll away as if these ruins are not crawling with deadly beasts? Follow him, Cornell, and see that the wildlife doesn't make a meal of our young friend. Drink 1 to 2 20-ounce bottles any day I work. On my days off, no soda, and I'm about... fair. Well, that is fine, but cutting out processed sugars and stuff like that could be really good. And being that you're doing that on your work days, are you like really active during your work day with restocking and stuff like that, or is it mostly just a I need the caffeine to stay awake? 20 ounce is, let me tell you in milliliter. Hold on. $591 milliliters. Half a liter. Yeah, about a liter, which is a good amount. We're not trying to rag on you or anything, Hana. I just want to say that. We're just speaking about ways to try and cut back on the soda, and because soda just isn't good for your body. Now, there is a new soda company that I saw advertising for that I haven't checked out yet that is supposed to be an alternative to soda that has the same fizziness, the same caffeine and stuff, or some caffeine in it, but it has a lot of vitamins and stuff in it. Okay. Some days are busier than others, but without the caffeine, I get headaches. Okay. Raw kombucha most of the time, Thunder? Fair. And given your medical conditions, raw kombucha, that's a good thing for you. With you, Hana, the headaches, my sister would get those too. And what it is, to a point, is caffeine addiction. Which is hard to break. I had it too. And I'm about 240 pounds, Chozo, at 6'4". I just carry it all on my belly, for the most part. We will have the camp ready by the time you return. And welcome back with chicken nuggets, yogurt, and iced tea. Not bad. What kind of yogurt? I just want to make sure that my community is trying their best within their means to be as healthy as they can be. You don't have to be quiet. You're okay, Hana. We're not trying to say you're doing anything wrong or anything like that. And if it's coming across that way, I'm sorry. That is not my intention. I'm just trying to have this conversation to try and help or be helpful. You know what? I'm just going to shut up because I'm putting my foot in my mouth. I'm not either. I see. I was right to worry about the boy's safety. Once Alphino returns with the wood, we can see about supper. The Ice Queen has filled a pot with what looks like stew ingredients, ready for the fire. ADHD plus, the worst part is I flip what I am doing a lot, like watching the stream and do something else. That's fair, mini-me. Ah. Few things compared to the simple pleasure of sitting beside a crackling campfire of one's own making. So speaks the great explorer. Until recently, you wouldn't have recognized firewood if it came with kindling and a flint. 'Tis well you instructed me so patiently then. But yes, left to my own devices, I would have been compelled to signal Eorzea with a pile of damp leaves. I was born the pampered son of a Charleran dignitary, and alongside my twin, became the youngest student ever to be accepted into the studium. He did. How proud I was to match wits with scholars and philosophers, how ignorant of mine own shortcomings. That hubris invited manipulation and betrayal, and led to the downfall of the Scions. We are all of us guilty of similar ignorance. How many men lay down their lives never knowing what it is they fight for, never questioning that which they have been taught to believe. It was only upon meeting Ishgard that I learned the truth hidden within our history. Were it not for that chance encounter, I would never have vowed to tear down the Holy See and expunge the falsehoods with which it fans the flames of conflict. I would have lived and died in ignorance. That the truth has driven me to do terrible things I cannot deny. But I'd rather sin in the pure pursuit of peace than imagine myself virtuous for perpetrating a needless war. If this journey has taught me anything, it is the importance and difficulty of holding to one's convictions in the face of failure, and of striving always to replace one's ignorance with knowledge. You are well on your way, Master Alphino. At your age, I was but a fool swinging a spear with scarcely a thought in my head. Even now, I struggle to acknowledge the misconceptions under which I have labored. Sitting here amongst these grand ruins, how can I deny that man and dragon once lived in peace? But for all that such an age existed, where are we now in a time of war? We are now in a time of war. Needhawk killed my family, and no quirk of history will exonerate him. May be ignorant of how the Dragonsong War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict now, I can say for certainty that it will only breed more vengeful souls such as mine. In my hands resides the power to vanquish a great worm. If Ishgard's survival rests on me wielding that power, I will slay Needhog myself, orders or no. In fact, the Dragoon armor up until this point has those spiky edges because in the case they get eaten by a dragon, they may not survive but might shred the dragon's insides. I figured that was part of the cause. Estinian, you gave your word. My word is contingent upon the success of our parley. Show me the strength of your convictions, Lady Iceheart. Convince this Rhalgar of the righteousness of your cause. Doubt not, but that I shall, Dragoon. Well, winds willing, we shall have our answers on the morrow. Let us sleep now and face our fate with the rising sun.
The campfire was cozy. I must have fallen asleep, Kupo. But do you feel how the winds have shifted? They will have borne Hsralgar back to the skies above the zenith. I'm sure of it. This is your chance to climb to the highest floor of the palace and summon him with a toot of that shiny horn. So, I'll be heading back now. If it's all the same to you, good luck, Kupo. It was nice knowing you.
There we go. Mortals, why do you disturb my solitude? His eyes was...
By the 12, mine ears hear the tongue of dragons. yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be?
Fair enough.
Racefelger, do you not remember me? 'Twas I whom you found in Dravania. I who glimpsed the truth. The truth about your past. About Shiva. But speak it I must. I have summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel. She has made her heart known to me. I have surrendered mine to her. Do you not see, my love? I am Shiva reborn. Then the spirit that answered
Be that as it may, Lord Racefelger, Izel's desire to heal the rift between man and dragon is real, and it has borne us this far. We would spare both our kind and yours the ravages of this senseless war. Pray join your voice to ours in a call for peace and forgiveness.
Exposition dump. Hey, Serene. With the aid of his leal knights, the most noble of Elzen lured my brood sister, Redisker, into an ambush and took that from her which he craved. Fain would I strike the image from my mind, yet still the scene does linger of my brood sister's tattered corpse, defiled by her Elzen allies. They had torn out her eyes and feasted upon them in the manner of wild beasts. Yet that was not all, for from their bloody banquet, the fiends had gained strength beyond that of mortal men. Hey, Tori. Even now I labor to comprehend the enormity of their betrayal. Needhogg was the first to learn of this atrocity, and he took to the skies hungry for vengeance. But though he slew Thoradin and some few of his knights, their fellow butchers knew only too well where to aim their spears. And with now practiced savagery, they set upon my brood brother, sending him flailing from the field. I am. Such is the truth the Holy See would keep hidden. Such was the beginning of the Dragonsong War. 'Tis a song my kind shall never forget, even should 10,000 years pass and Ishgard crumble into dust. Mm-hmm.
Your tale bears scant resemblance to the one I was taught. How convenient that it should absolve your kind of all responsibility. But tell me, Dragon, why should I believe your version of events?
What thou choosest to believe is immaterial, but the betrayal that yet haunts mine every waking moment is no less than the truth to my kind. And Needhogg meaneth for Thoradin's people to suffer for this sin till the end of days. Exactly, Art. Chozo. That which thou imaginest a war of extinction is but a punishment, a siege of the spirit. Hast thou not seen those who tire of the torment? Those who abandon their own side, their own and side with dragonkind?
Ishgard's so-called heretics.
Know that all the traitors' progeny bear a trace of Rediska's essence, but a single sip of our blood is enough to awaken it.
Then the seed lies within us.
'Tis for this reason that those who abandon their loyalties are rewarded with a drink, and thus are they transformed to join the ranks of Needhogg's ever-growing army as newborn dragons. One by one, through death or defection, my brood brother shall account for all the betrayer's children.
Ye gods, I have borne witness to such a transformation. Looked on as a heretic assumed the shape of a dragon. I imagined it some manner of Dravanian enchantment. But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain.
There will always be some, of course, who choose to fight until the bitter end, like thee, Dragoon. But struggle as thou might, thy youthful vigor will be spent ere thou reachest 210, so 30. And Needhogg shall remain to torment thine offspring.
Oft have I wondered why Needhogg did not simply raze Ishgard to the ground. Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragonsong War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance, an eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister.
Thou hast the right of it, Dragon Slayer. Comprehendest thou now the futility of thy quest?
I have not come this far only to admit defeat. We can still return the eye to Nidhogg and beg forgiveness for our ancestors' crimes. Mayhap our words will sway him.
Stubborn child, thou thinkest in mortal terms. Our perception of time is too broad for thee to grasp. 'Tis a simple matter for thee to offer thine apologies. Thou didst not perpetrate the crime. Despite thy visions, the deed of history seemed distant to thee. For a worm such as Nidhogg, however, that history is yet part of his present, as fresh as the blood that did gush from Radisker's wounds. How could he not be driven mad? "'Tis only by the calming embrace of Shiva's soul that mine own fury hath not consumed me. But lest us speak no more of what is done, my faith in your kind is spent, and I would be alone." As Frelgar was every bit as awe-inspiring as I imagined. His voice fairly dripped with power, the will behind his words so undeniable that it transcended my ignorance of the dragon's tongue. 'Tis but a pity that I misliked what he said. So far did we travel, even unto the very heavens themselves, only to be dismissed like unruly children. And far from mitigating this humiliation, the hidden truths we have learned serve only to prove that our grand mission of peace was destined to fail from the first. Nothing will deter Nidhogg from his course.
Well, what do you propose we do now? I, for one, am intent on continuing to the east.
What is there to be found in the east?
Nidhogg's lair, the Eyrie, is said to lie in that direction. And the eye tells me he is near.
You cannot still mean to slay him.
You cannot still mean to stop me. I have been true to my word, and aided you in this fool's errand with Hraesvelgr. But your efforts at parley have come to naught, Lady Ishgard. I would see Ishgard saved, and for that, Nidhogg must die.
With the tale of our ancestors' vile betrayal yet ringing in your ears, you speak of continuing this war?
Nay, lady. I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg dies, this war shall die with him.
A moment, Estinian. You yourself spoke of the Great Worm's strength, that you believed him powerful enough to raise your city to the ground. How then are we few to challenge him? Even behind the stout walls of Ishgard, with an army of knights manning the defenses, our victory would be hard won. Yet you propose to contend with the beast in his own lair.
In close combat, this will afford us an advantage. And with two Azure Dragoons working in unison, Who can say what might be possible? But such speculation is meaningless if we cannot even find the worm. Our first task must be to seek out Nidhogg's lair.
The story of this nation grows bloodier by the moment. Must death always be answered with more of the same?
Such is the way of things, I fear. I shall
Rabid.
consider it a miracle if mine armor is not stained crimson ere this conflict is ended.
How are you today, Serene?
That I should be blinded by my own lies. Everything I believed, everything I thought I was. Gone. All gone.
Leave her. Your words will not reach her now. And we have not the time to wait for her to gather up the pieces of her shattered faith.
It becomes the same dragon if the dragon's very powerful. Fair enough, Mini-Me, and that does make some narrative sense. Alright, I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm going to refill my drink. And use the restrooms. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Ba-da-ba-bum. Ba-da-bum. Ba-da-bum. Yeah, that's a long way down. So I do have to go through the ruins. Yeah, it's a bridge.
Is that it?
Aye, that would be the Eyrie. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye, his caustic hatred gnawing at my soul. 'Twould seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his lair with tempestuous winds.
A similar barrier once barred our entrance to the primal Garuda's domain, until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated. Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. It will be just like the good old days, no?
A force of sufficient power to break through a primal's defenses might conceivably grant us access to the Eyrie, and I can offer no better solution. Pray, consult this engineer friend of yours. Very well, on the condition that you swear not to lure Nidhogg from his lair in our absence. And steal all the glory for myself, you mean? Nay, I am not so selfish as that. Contact me by link pearl when your preparations are complete, and we shall set forth from Ishgard together. I suggest we rendezvous back at St. Rene's Forum, Cornell. From what I gleaned of the Holy Sea's decidedly ambitious airship project, Cid will still be in Ishgard. Who's the raptor? Damn it, I left my drink in the other room. Be right back. All right, I'm back. When last you saw Master Garland, he was advising the Ishgardians on their alien airship, correct? In that case, he might still be at Camp Cloudtop. Failing that, we could try the airship landing, or mayhap even the Sky Steel manufactory. But let us not waste time searching aimlessly. Someone in the city is sure to know where to find him. The question is who? Sir Emmerich would seem the obvious choice, but there is no guaranteeing he will be able to grant us an audience at short notice. Ah, I have it. Count Edmund's youngest son prides himself on knowing all of the Holy See's juiciest rumors. Let us return to the manor and see if Lord Emmanuelin is about. Hi, Joel! Welcome, Master Crits. Shall I show you inside the manor? Ah, the hero returns. How goes the fight, old boy? Well, I trust. In search of Sid Garland, you say? Then say no more. Excuse me. The taverns are full of talk, and the name of said silver-haired genius has cropped up more often than most. I hear he has been tasked with getting the monstrous airship the Holy See commissioned to actually fly. It would seem the project has been plagued with mishaps from the first. Oh, okay. In any case, Garland Ironworks employees are known to frequent the airship landing, and I'll wager their master does too. The airship landing, yes, I thought as much. Come, Cornell, we must find Sid and trouble him for his expert opinion. Yay, you found it! You found it! How's your day been, Joel? I've been doing good today. Cornell, Alphino, how fare you both? Not terribly well, judging by your faces. Greetings, Master Garland. I am sure it will come as little surprise when I tell you that we need of a favor. Another wind barrier, and you say it was conjured by Needhog? The Enterprise could certainly take you where you need to go, but she would not fare well against dragons. She's agile for a ship her size, but not that agile. The Dravonians would fly rings around her. And if they took it into their heads to incinerating the rigging, there would be precious little we could do to avoid them. There must be something we can do, some manner of weapon we could employ. Yay, you got it! Estidians stands vigil at the edge of the churning mist, but we do not know how much longer. Alright. I didn't say it was impossible. I said it was impossible for the Enterprise. We need a smaller boat. Biggs, Wedge, it's time we gave that new toy of yours a proper field test. It's probably best if I let the lads show you. Come on, the manufactory is not far. Just jamming now? Fair enough. Our little project's just inside. Oh, you're going to like this one. Want your attention.
Feast your eyes upon our latest and greatest feat of engineering. We call it a mana cutter.
Cute.
After you put down Gaius, Wedge and me struck out on our own for a bit, and started work on the successor to the tiny Bronco.
Impressive little thing, isn't she? My talent for ship design has plainly rubbed off on them.
Oh, and I was sleeping like a baby. Oh my gosh, that's great.
They've adapted the principles of corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts ether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift. All in all, a most elegant solution. I'm actually a little upset that I didn't think of it myself.
The design does, however, come with one small flaw.
The energy conversion ratio is bloody awful. To generate enough power to get you off the ground, you need to be in an area awash with predominantly wind-aspected ether.
In other words, there are a few places you can fly, and lots of places you can't.
The new Ishgardian airship hasn't left the boys much time for tinkering, meaning it may be a while before this particular project takes off, if you'll forgive the pun.
Tathra.
Tataru, what's happened?
I've been looking all over for you. There's been word from Aldar. It's about Her Grace the Sultana.
It seems you're required elsewhere. Leave the Mana Cutter with us. We'll see that she's airworthy and suitably equipped to slice through those winds. You, meanwhile, should concentrate on providing Rauban and the Sultana whatever help they need.
General Raban says they may have uncovered the Sultana's whereabouts, and he wants you, by which I mean both of you, to go to the Waking Sands right away and help with the investigation. Come, Cornell, pressing though Ishgard's plight may be, our presence here would not serve to hasten the Mana Cutter's completion. Let us return to the troubled lands of Thanalin and lend what aid we may. Tataro, have our friends at the congregation send a message to Estinian. Tell him we have identified a solution to our problem, but that it will take some time to prepare. As you wish, Master Alphino. To the Waking Sands, Warrior of Light. 'Tis past time Ul'dah was delivered from this darkness.
I can fly again!
Thank you for coming.
No thanks are necessary, General. I trust your recuperation continues apace.
I cannot complain. Thanks to Higiri and her ministrations, I've regained much of the strength I lost during my imprisonment.
I gather you have made progress in the search for Her Grace.
Aye, some good fortune at last. A few days past, Dulala informed us that a sizable shipment of alchemical supplies had been delivered to the palace.
Oh no, it was too bright of a red.
With Papa Shan's assistance, I set out to ascertain the source and nature of the shipment. My inquiries led me to Frondale's frontistery.
Oh my
There,
goodness.
I learned that an order had been placed for a curious substance designed to sustain patients trapped in death-like slumber. An invention of the former head alchemist, apparently.
A death-like slumber? This cannot be a coincidence.
It lends some weight to Dulala's claims, aye. Her Grace is likely somewhere within the palace, abed but alive.
Before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, however, it seemed prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the one most like to have administered it. The lady-in-waiting, Muriel. We sent for you as soon as we learned of her
Time is
location.
platinum blonde. You look like young Eminem.
We shall find our cat's paw in the Silver Bazaar. But we must tread carefully. The market is not the bustling place it once was, and someone is sure to mark our coming. Should they inform the monetarists, we'll have a fight on our hands. We must be prepared for the worst, and being short an arm, I thought it wise to take another in its stead. What say you, warrior of light? Will you lend me yours? Then I pity the bastard that stands in our way. Come, my friends, for Nanamo and for Ul'dah!
Our target is Muriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting, a woman of Midlander heritage. I am told the two of you have met. Our sources indicate that she left the palace shortly after the incident and quietly rejoined the dwindling population of the Silver Bazaar. I suggest we begin by questioning the market's residents and confirm that Muriel is still in hiding there. Fair enough, Joel. Western Tunnel. No, the game's not muted. Having a blonde evening, Serene. Have to tease you a little bit. Oh my goodness. Nice. And what brings you to our lonely little hamlet? I believe the arrival of your entourage just about doubled our population. Nice. Does it feel good? Well, that was my last snooze on ads for today. At least for another hour or so. 1, I work here. 2, my entourage is the cat. I'm using a new tool screen. I'm actually not even looking down at my chat screen. I'm using a new tool that actually puts, with like a 30-second timer before it vanishes, my chat on my game screen, so I can actually keep eyes on my game screen. I remember my jet black bowl cut with my paper white skin still. Looking for Muriel, you say. If you're hoping to lure her back to Ul'dah, you may as well give up now. The girl's done with the city life. Do I know of any returning residents? Gods, don't tell me they're starting to come back. My masters will not be pleased to hear this. Muriel? Aye, she's here. Left the city for good, she says. Barely leaves her house, though. It's the one closest to the market entrance. My hair has been... Huh. Fair enough. And our dear Salem seems to have chosen the wrong movie to watch for trying to inspire drawing, as it's made her cry almost for the last 2 hours. A Man Called Otto. She says I need to watch it. You do, but it's sad. I've heard it's a tearjerker.
You are Muriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting?
I know no one of that name. Pray excuse me. General Alden.
We will have the truth from you, girl.
Mayhap it would be better coming from me.
Lonorito, you'd best talk fast.
As you know, Teleji Adeleji's Cartano reclamation bill was no more than a facade. A means to get his grubby little hands on that Allagan monstrosity Omega. When he learned of Nanamo's intention to abdicate, however, he was forced to amend his plans. Suddenly, assassination seemed the most promising way to further his ambitions. I am told Teleji had discovered a maid in whose veins ran the blood of House Thorn. A new, more pliable puppet to sit the throne. 'Twould have caused an uproar, of course, but few could have contested her claim. Twas plain that Telegi's wild machinations had outgrown our ability
Jeez,
to control
Thunder.
them.
Damn it, I didn't
I
fix that yet
decided
for you
to
guys, did
usurp
I?
his scheme and left the fool to seal his own demise.
Fair enough.
And what of Nanamo?
Oh, I have no desire to harm her grace. 'Twould profit me little to destabilize our government. Thus did I employ young Mariel here to administer a potent sleeping potion in place of a poison. You should know, General, that your dear friend Ilberd was fully aware of my plan. I had him lie about the assassination as a means to prime your rage against Telegi. We weren't entirely sure how you would react, but things went rather better than expected.
Ad's gonna start in a minute.
You conniving little worm. You had your claws in the Crystal Braves before their first recruit had sworn to serve!
But of course, when a new game begins, 'tis only prudent to have a piece on the board. Ilberd was mine. Truth be told, a significant proportion of the Braves' initial endowment was also mine. With such large sums moving about, 'twas a rather trifling matter to disguise my own contribution. Ah, Ilberd. I secured his services with a promise to support his cause once my authority had been solidified. I swear, the man thinks of naught but prizing Alamigo from the grasp of the Empire. Unlike you, General, the poor fellow seems quite unable to forsake the land of his forefathers. Mayhap that's why he called you a traitor to your people and a disgrace to your homeland, amongst other things. What was it he always compared you to? Oh, yes, an overgrown lapdog begging for scraps at the Sultana's table. Oh, how we laughed.
Yeah, keep provoking the guy that the one that you had him kill got chopped in half in a single sword swipe by him.
Alas, Ilberd's entertaining little outbursts eventually gave way to wearisome tirades, and the zealous brute became rather unruly. I had no wish to see you executed, you understand, but he would not take no for an answer. Rest assured, his employment with me has long since ended. Which brings us neatly to the present. What say you, General? Both you and the Sultana are alive. We have one corpse and one fugitive, and preparations have been made to restore your good name. Shall we cry quits and start again with a blank ledger?
The hells we will! Do you honestly expect me to forgive and forget? After all you've done? You're guilty of high treason!
Stay your blade, Master Alden. You yourself are not innocent. Or have you forgotten your own crime in executing Telegi Adelegi without trial? Though you acted out of loyalty to the Sultana, such deeds are in violation of both the word and spirit of the law. If you would, Lord Lolorito?
This potion will wake the Sultana from her slumber. Consider it a gesture of conciliation. You will find her grace resting comfortably within her private chambers. Should you doubt my word, I shall willingly accompany you to the palace as your hostage.
I like not your motives, Lolorito. But you saved the Sultana's life, and for that, you have my gratitude.
It's kind of cool to see that it was night when we started this, and then by the time they finish their conversation, it's daylight. That the time in the game still passes.
Alban Aldin, you are hereby reinstated as General of the Immortal Flames. The citizens of Ul'dah shall once more be united under Nanamo Ul'Namo, and together we shall usher in a new age of prosperity.
By the 12, I feared Lord Lolorito's arrival would herald another bloodbath. Little did I expect that he, of all people, would gift us the means to rouse the Sultana. Well, why not just chill tonight? Shall we also make our way to Ul'dah? I should imagine Bartholomew has been instructed to admit us. Fair, Joel. Flame General Raban mentioned you might be coming. Please, this way if you will. You could.
I was having the longest dream.
'Tis time to wake up, Your Grace. Another day begins in Thanalan, and the sun blazes bright upon the sands. Her Grace is awoken. The palace physician assures me she is none the worse for her slumber. I believe Her Grace will soon resume her plans to place the government of Uldar into the hands of its citizens. Whatever path she chooses to take, I shall walk it with her. And we shall tread slowly, lest the nation be unsettled in our wake.
Her Grace's compassion is a shining beacon to us all. But what our city truly thrives upon is competition. 'Tis in the struggle against our rivals that opportunities are seized and fortunes made. And with the Empire on the offensive once more, now would hardly seem the time to turn our system of government upon its head.
Are you privy to new intelligence, my lord?
Fair enough, Joel.
I would hardly call it new. Remind me, what was the name of that enormous Imperial warship which met its end in Mordona? Oh, wait, I have it. The Agrias. Yes, well, 'twould appear that the Garleans have been hard at work on another such vessel.
How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational?
Its maiden flight was a success, I hear. I should imagine Emperor Varys is eager to see how it performs in battle. My lords and lady, I move that it is time to repair the damage caused by Teleji Adeleji and prepare our great nation to repel the Empire once more.
"'Tis well that the Sultana has awoken. The Syndicate yet needs to put its house in order, but 'twould seem the worst of the confusion has passed. Uldar has taken control of its future, and I must do the same. I have decided to disband the Crystal Braves. Among the recruits, there were those who supported our Order's goals and convictions with all sincerity. 'Tis my hope that these loyal men and women will choose to remain our allies in the battles to come. As for those who sided with the traitor, Ilberd, they shall be hunted down and held to account for their crimes. It is my earnest hope that they will surrender themselves peaceably when the time comes, though I think it unlikely. Ah, my all-conquering Crystal Braves. The model army meant to pave the way for a single unified Grand Company of Eorzea. That so high an ideal should be brought so low. I need not tell you how deeply the betrayal stung me. Yet I see now that it was mine own naivety and pride which allowed the Braves to fall prey to corruption. As ever, it is to your own shining example that I turn for inspiration. Like you, I mean to stand firm in the face of hardship and give mine all for the cause. Let us resume the search for our missing comrades, that we might come together to shine the light of dawn across the realm once more. The role of Crystal Brave Commander suited me ill, and I shall play it no longer. Henceforth, I shall be no more or less than Alfino, proud member of the Scions.
I blush to speak. Excuse me, I'm gonna sneeze. I blush to speak thus of mine inner turmoil. But the fact remains, there is no man alive in whom I would rather confide. Were it not for your shining example, I might never have emerged from beneath the pall of my despair. Still no word from Master Garland. Hope this mana cutter of theirs is nearing completion. I am assured that her grace will make a full recovery. I and Ul'dah too shall flourish once more. General Raban and his colleagues have matters well in hand, I believe. Lady Ugurdi, a question if I may. I believe your people have been keeping a close watch on the Crystal Braves. Might you know how things stand at the Rising Stones? Ah, yes, of course. You will be pleased to know that the 3rd Unit Braves abandoned Revenant's Toll when they learned of Captain Ilberd's defeat. The only blue uniforms to be seen there now are those worn by soldiers loyal to you, Master Alphino. To me? I see. I'm grateful to hear that at least some of our members were true to their oaths. Ere we return to Ishgard, I must go to the Rising Stones and thank these stalwarts for their service. It shall be my final act as Crystal Brave Commander. Will you join me, Cornell? You were there at the company's inception. 'Tis only fitting that you be present at its end. And I would appreciate the support. Commander, you're alive. Cornell, too. I knew you'd scrape through. My splendid crystal braves, I have wronged you, all of you. My promises of glory and salvation have brought you naught but blood and betrayal. Bah, you'll not hear us complaining. 'Twas a sight messier than expected, but we was still fighting for the freedom of all, just like we swore. Ain't that right, mates? Aye. You humble me. I'm truly blessed to have such steadfast comrades. It is with the most profound regret, then, that I must... That's enough of that, Commander. We know what you've a mind to say, and we ain't having none of it. We've talked it over, and we're all agreed. You can take our uniforms and strip us of our ranks, but we won't be no less of a company. The Crystal Braves. The Crystal Braves may be finished, but the ideals upon which the company was founded live on. They bind us to each other, and to you. Commander Alphino, our minds are made up, so you may as well get used to it. Let us help the Scions. Let us help you find Menphilia and the others. My friends, after all that's happened, I don't know what to say. Pray, excuse me. I had thought my tears spent. My grandfather used to say that one could measure a man by the constancy of his comrades. Mayhap I am the exception which proves the rule. Nay, do not protest. I know that I am not worthy of their loyalty, Cornell. But as Thalic is my witness, I shall do everything in my power to earn it. I must speak of future plans with the remaining Braves. Any information we uncover on the missing Scions will need to be shared with our allies across the realm, specifically Arangir in the Waking Sands and Totoro in Ishgard. While we are organizing our various channels of communication, I would ask that you call upon Master Garland at the manufactory. I will join you in Ishgard as soon as I am able. Cornell, how in the seven hells do you do it? I was just about to send for you. We have but this moment completed the Mana Cutter's first successful test flight. A few minor adjustments and she'll be ready to go. While we see to the finishing touches, you might want to pay a visit to Fortole Manor. A Dragoon by the name of Estinian was looking for you. You have fulfilled your obligations to the Uldans? Mistress Totoro has been keeping me apprised of the situation. Once I learned that these mana cutters and master garlands were nearing completion, I saw no reason to tarry in the mists. For the present, Nidhogg seems content to remain in the Eyrie, plotting his revenge. Might not this be an apt moment to unfold our plans to Sir Emmerich? I think we have kept him in the dark long enough. Sir Emmerich has been eager to speak with you. Pray, proceed.
All stands ready, Lord Commander.
Ah, the moment has come then.
Pray excuse my lateness. I paid a brief visit to the workshop to inquire about the mana cutters. The engineers assure me that they're ready.
The area is now but a short flight away. Yet what a long and winding path we took to reach this point. Were it not for Master Alphino's proposal, we never would have attempted to parley with the dragons. Though our negotiations yielded little, our expedition with Lady Ishgard taught us much.
You took an unimaginable risk. I could scarce believe the tale Estinian told.
Aye, 'tis true that many of our countrymen would sooner die than join hands with the heretic's mistress. But 'twas through that most unlikely of alliances that we came to speak with Hraesvelgr.
A conversation that went rather poorly, as I recall.
In this instance, the journey was more important than the destination. Had we not slain Nidhogg's consort, Tiaman, and put the Great Worm on his guard, the Dravanians would have arrived at Ishgard's walls long ago.
Aye, that they would. Full grateful am I for every hour of respite your actions have afforded us. Thanks to you, our defenses are much improved. 'Tis but a pity they won't be enough.
Thus you believe an assault upon the area represents the city's best chance of survival. Is that not so, Estinian?
I am under no illusions. Nidhogg's might is legendary. But with his eye in my possession, I can stifle his strength at the source. Victory will be hard won, even so. And I shall be glad indeed to have the Warrior of Light at my side.
You shall have my blade as well. There are more of these mana cutters to be had, yes?
Lord Commander, no!
How can I, a proud knight of Ishgard, stand by and do naught while an outsider risks life and limb for our homeland? I swore an oath to protect this city.
Pray leave the slaying of dragons to dragoons, Sir Knight. Your duty to command the city's defense is no less vital. Should we fail, and Nidhogg slip through our grasp, who then will hold the walls against him? Will you leave Ishgard in the hands of the Holy Sea's zealots?
There are others.
Who but you has the authority and the standing to orchestrate a city-wide defense? I do not, and neither does the Warrior of Light. That is why it is our place to fight, and yours to remain here, Lord Commander. What? You too, Master Alphino? By the Fury! You have shown some promise, but this adversary is far beyond your skills.
Your candor is appreciated, Sir Dragoon. I shall remain then and cheer you from afar.
Well, my friend, would seem I have discouraged the last of the volunteers, and claimed the task as ours alone. But if any alive can best this worm, 'tis surely we too.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Oh, I forgot to unmute myself. I'm sorry, guys. Alright, let's keep running.
guard is down.
Got him. Bored, Joel is bored.
Your guard is down.
Silly, silly Joel. Cute. One second. Clever. No, that's a very clever solution for that. I'm impressed. Needhog. Let's finish this. Alright, we beat him. Let's grab the treasure coffer. Well, we didn't kill him, but... Thou wouldst use mine own eye against me? Timeth then not to dilute thy king's depravity. I have not forgotten thee, Dragoon. Mine essence claimed thee once, and shall do so again.
No, worm! This ends here! Gifted my people 1,000 years of suffering. Now I gift you an eternity in darkness.
Eidolon's blessing is starting to reawaken.
They are ours, Lord Eldrath. The eyes of Nidhogg.
Aye. The worm lies broken and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him, Nidhogg shall not linger long in this world. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead. So many brother knights slain.
Alright, after this cutscene, I'm going to take him outside because it seems like he needs to go to the bathroom.
We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins.
Write it down.
And still we are forced to make such sacrifice.
But not in vain, my lord. Hraesvelgr is the only great worm left in Dravania, and he dares not leave his lair. With Nidhogg's eyes in your possession, who now can challenge the might of Ishgard, ascend the throne, and take your rightful place as the ruler of our people?
Nay, my friend. I must forsake the mantle of king. Though Nidhogg be defeated, his wormling horde yet darkens the skies with wings beyond counting. As one who partook of Ratatoska's strength, it shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
But Lord Haldreth, what then shall become of the royal line?
Think of your people, my lord. Without a king, who will the common man turn to in his hour of need? How will he find his way without your benevolent hand to guide him?
I thank you, Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrill, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm, 'tis plain that Ishgard has no need of a king. But if you must bow to the demands of tradition, you need look no further than yourselves for one worthy to wear the crown. Fare thee well, my brother knights, my loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins. With this lance shall I repay the debt accrued through our misdeeds.
What cruel jest has fate played upon us? Have we seized this desperate victory only to lose a king?
We can but act as our lord has bid. We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people.
Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldreth, and he alone. If he is not to be king, then I would hang up my shield as well.
Will you abandon us too, sir?
I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal, and take up an honest trade. Mayhap I shall serve ale instead of sharpened steel.
We four, then.
The four high houses.
Forton, Hylanat, Dirender, and Zemail. But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard.
And what of the throne?
We keep it empty. Until the day a king rises once more, we must assume the role of stewards. We shall shape our nation anew with a history of our own making, and let the truth of this dark day die here, upon the battlefield.
What ails you, friend? Are you wounded? You have borne witness to history, to the culmination of the first battle with Nidhogg. The legend of Ishgard's founding tells that our ancestors were led to the land of Kurthus by the valiant King Thordan. In the midst of their journey, they came to a wide chasm, where they were set upon by a great worm, Nidhogg. A furious battle then ensued, with Thordan leading the van. Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon, fought on undaunted. And with a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat. Thus, did this eldritch orb become a sacred treasure of Ishgard, lending its power to every knight deemed worthy to bear the title of Azure Dragoon. A rousing tale, is it not? Would that I could still believe it. But your vision, which we must accept as immutable truth, leaves no room for doubt. Save on one point. If Haldrath took both of Nidhogg's eyes, then how came this eye to be lodged in the worm's skull? Beneath every answer we unearth, another question lies buried. 'Twas a fierce battle, but one I knew we would win. Your fame is well deserved, warrior of light. Full proud am I to have fought at your side. I would fain return with all swiftness to Ishgard to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph. But we must first have words with Hraesvelgr. There are parts of this tale that the worm has kept from us, and I would know wherefore.
All right. I'm going to go let Domino out. Alright, I have returned. Though Needhog has fallen, my heart is yet heavy, and this stain of corruption pleases me not. When all has been put to rest, I must needs forge my armor anew. Estinian would know the origin of Needhog's mysterious eye. With Needhog fallen, none save Restvelgar remains to answer our questions. Let us trouble the worm again. And if Iceheart yet lingers at Zenith, all the better. Would have her hear the truth from the dragon's maw. "'Twas you, was it not? The furious screams of the dragons carried far? You have slain Needhog. What more could you desire from this place? Will you not allow Restvelgar to mourn the death of his kin in peace? Spare us your sanctimonious judgment, Ice Maiden. We have a gift for the Great Worm, and a mystery that can no longer lie buried. Lady Iceheart, the Dragonsong War has all but consumed your life, and claimed many of your followers. 'Tis time you learn the truth of its beginning, the whole truth, that we may at last bring this bitter conflict to an end. Sound the horn, warrior of light." Impenitent mortals, ever seeking to bury old wrongs under new. I did sense the moment of Needhog's demise.
You mean the moment I prized your eye from his head?
"'Twould seem thou hast uncovered my secret. I, unto the blinded Needhog, did I yield one half of my strength. purified by the light, and returned. Nidhogg, what hath befallen thee? We are undone by covetous mortals. They did take Radisker's eyes and glut their appetites upon her essence. She is slain then. What madness hath unmade our peaceful accord? Did I not warn thee, brood brother? They have ever been untrustworthy creatures, these short-lived Elzen. But thou wert enchanted by thy mortal maid. The folly hath cost Radisker her life, and me mine eyes. Our my beloved Shiva, how swiftly are thy kin made bestial by their appetites. Svelgar, 'twas thy blindness that did invite disaster into our lands. Surrender thee and I to me, and let that be thy penance. Nidhogg. They bested me once, but I was reckless. I shall need but a single eye to inflict enduring torment upon these traitors, and every child of their line. Yield to me thy strength, brood brother. My vengeance has begun. Thou hast borne witness to a scene from my past.
It was yours. Your strength that sustained Nidhogg all these years.
Would that Huldreth had dealt the worm a killing blow.
When my brood brother did appear before me, bloody and blinded, his life was all but spent. He demanded half my vigor, that he might exact his revenge upon the mortals who had wronged us.
And so you acquiesced. You surrendered your eye to Nidhogg, knowing full well the suffering he would inflict.
The peace my beloved so dearly desired had been shattered by her own kin. Their treachery claimed my brood sister's life and my brood brother's reason. Thinkest thou thy fits of indignation will move me to remorse? Go, mortals, take your unruly passions and leave this place. Your presence here spelleth naught but misery. Were it not for Shiva's soothing embrace, I would slay you here where you stand. Woe betide you who should the bond we share ever weaken. Though he lifted not a single claw, 'twould seem that Hraesvelgar wreaked his own manner of vengeance against us.
'Twas my life's goal to slay Nidhogg, but I find there is little joy to be had in its accomplishment.
But you have rid the world of a hate-filled creature, and ended a bloody war in so doing.
I lost my family to Nidhogg's flames, and 'twas with fury in my heart that I took up the lance. Every blow I struck in the name of vengeance. We were not so different, he and
I will not judge you for your deeds. I have not the right. Too many innocents have perished in the name of my greater good.
Yet even with all that has passed, the tale is incomplete.
Where's Nidhogg's other eye?
We are short a great worm's eye. Of the pair which Haldreth took from Nidhogg, only one is known to us, the one I bear. What then became of the other? Why did Nidhogg, who had taken such pains to prolong the Dragonsong War, suddenly decide to hurl his entire army against the walls of Ishgard? Lord Commander. Aye. The deed is done. Nidhogg is slain. What? In the city? A battle with whom? At once, Lord Commander. Hold firm till our return. Fighting has broken out in the city. Lord Emmerich was sparse with the particulars, but it seems some commoners threw open the gates to a force of heretics.
I gave no order to attack.
Are we to mark the end of the Dragonsong War by spilling the blood of our own? Mayhap Hraesvelgar was right about us. Let us away, warrior of light. The people must be saved from themselves.
Wait! I would join you! There has been enough violence. I will appeal to my people in the city and make them see reason.
Come then, Lady Iceheart. Let us write the final chapter in this damnable war.
A small army of heretics has invaded the city, Your Eminence. But there is no cause for concern. A sizable contingent of our soldiers is already in place to repel the Dravanian assault. And the intruders will soon find themselves outnumbered and outmatched.
Our plans proceed apace, then.
Yes, Your Eminence. This unrest shall serve to feed the people's fear of the heretics and the dragons both.
And lend renewed fervor to their prayers for deliverance. Very good. Grant our guests what time they need to sow a measure of chaos, then order the Temple Knights to crush them.
Your will be done.
The moment is at hand.
soon be in alignment. It is time for the Bringer of Light to die.
Comrades, sheathe your swords! There is no need for further bloodshed!
My lady!
She is come! Hear me, brothers and sisters! The war is ended! Nidhogg is no more! Aye, it is so! This adventurer and the Azure Dragoon laid the Great Worm low! The endless cycle of violence between man and dragon was born of our forefathers' treachery. You have followed me, bled with me, to bring this truth to light that we might all know peace. But Nidhogg is dead. Nidhogg is dead, my friends! He who bore such hatred towards Ishgard is dead! Let his hatred die with him, I say! Let us sheathe our swords and go in peace!
Have we lost?
No, my friend. Far from it. At long last, the peace for which we have so desperately fought is within our grasp. And I, for one, would not forsake it. Peace?
Seize the witch! Let none escape!
Providing aid and succor to the wounded should be our first concern. If the heretics mean to observe the peace, then it would be folly not to do the same.
That was rather too close for comfort, but 'twould seem the calm is returning to the streets. My mind, however, yet clamors with 1,000 questions. You return to Ishgard in the oddest of company, my friend. That my friend was rather too close for comfort. Praise Helome that things did not end in bloodshed. I confess I was more than a little dismayed to see you in the company of Lady Iceheart. Whatever is going on, Cornell? Beg pardon? You traveled to the Churning Mists together, along with Estinian. Never was there a more unlikely alliance, nor one so magnificently effective. Nidhogg dead, the heretics pacified. Father and Sir Emmerich must know of this. Let us break the news to them together. I'll bring Sir Emmerich to Fortholm Manor. Yes, an excellent suggestion. Very well, Cornell, and I shall await you there. Welcome, Master Crits. Shall I show you inside the manor? Oh my goodness. Joel, you painted yourself blue?
Praise Halone, you are safe.
My safety was never in doubt, Father. For I had the Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light by my side.
What are you doing for a look? Are you just blue because blue? Or like blue manger?
We bring
No,
the most
that's right.
wonderful tidings.
The king.
The infamous Lady Iceheart
Ice King.
here in Ishgard? This is most unexpected.
She has done much to quell the violence. The Inquisition may not approve, but we are glad of her presence.
And with the Great Worm's demise, even our nation's more reactionary elements will have scant grounds to press for her immediate impeachment.
My thoughts exactly.
What of the truth revealed to us by Hraesvelga? That the origins of the Dragonsong War, a core tenet of Ishgardian faith, are quite unlike those depicted in the scriptures.
That men and dragons once lived together in harmony, and that it was man's treachery which shattered the peace and plunged our peoples into war.
The same scripture also describes the origins of the High Houses. Were it exposed as false, the legitimacy of our rule would be called into question. If both Highborn and Lowborn can trace their ancestry to Thordan and his Knights 12.
But a single sip of dragon's blood is required to confirm their lineage.
If the Holy See knew of this and chose to remain silent, their crimes are grievous indeed. Regardless, this state of affairs cannot be allowed to continue.
Sir Emmerich, you cannot mean to raise this matter with the Archbishop.
Pray consider what you are proposing. If the Holy See chose to conceal the truth for centuries, what reason would they have to reveal it now?
At best, you will be branded a heretic and clapped in irons.
Then at least the Archbishop will have shown his true colors. My friends, this war will never truly be at an end until the truth is made known. You must see what lies on the horizon if it is not. When ruled by fear of a common enemy, we were united. But now we have none. During the war, the Highborn needed men to lead, and the Lowborn men to follow. Not anymore. 'Tis but a matter of time before the old order is called into question. Lady Iceheart will share the truth with her followers, and the Holy See will be powerless to stop its spread. The disenfranchised will rise up united, and blood will flow in the streets once more. A divided Ishgard will not survive.
Tread carefully, Lord Commander.
My lady, is it wise to let him go?
My lady, is it wise to let him go?
I sympathize with the Lord Commander's desire for reform, but to approach the Archbishop in this manner bespeaks an idealism to which I did not think Sir Emmerich prone.
Though he comports himself as a realist, he has long dreamt of reform. 'Twas that idealism which first drew me to him, that which made me swear an oath to serve. We must not think of ways to hinder his cause, but rather ways to aid it, even should the Holy See cry heresy.
You cannot mean.
If the Lord Commander does not return from the vault at the appointed hour, I mean to go and fetch him.
Have care, my lady. Your words border on treason. Should they reach the wrong ears, you will be declared an enemy of Ishgard.
That is a risk I am willing to take. Lest you forget, my lord, I am not born of this land. My loyalty is to the Lord Commander alone, but I speak only of what may come to pass. If the rumors regarding his heritage are to be believed, we have naught to fear.
Lies and slander.
Forgive me, what rumors are these?
That Sir Emmerich is the Archbishop's bastard son. Senior clergy are not permitted to marry and sire children, but even the holiest among us are not immune to temptation.
I labor to believe it. Sir Emmerich is truly the Archbishop's son.
He has never been publicly acknowledged as such, but the rumors have plagued him since childhood. That he rose to his current position, despite being despised as a bastard and accused of profiting from his father's influence, bespeaks the quality of his character. It is my hope that on this occasion, the burden of his birth will work in his favor. Should our worst fears be realized, the Archbishop will not be so quick to execute his own flesh and blood, affording us time to mount a rescue.
Bastard or trueborn, he is our nation's best hope. If the Holy See dares to threaten him, I shall lead the charge against the vault myself.
Hear, hear! The future of Ishgard rests on Sir Emmerich's shoulders. I too will do mine utmost to aid his cause.
Orshafon, be reasonable.
A knight lives to serve, Father. To aid those in need. The people need Sir Emmerich more than ever, and we may be his only hope. There is no greater calling for a knight than to save the life of his fellow man. I swear to you, on the sigil of our house, that I shall do this and make you proud.
Even you? Romantic, reckless fools, the lot of you. So be it. Make your preparations.
I thank you all for your support.
The writing is getting better. Though your assistance is most welcome, I fear it will not be enough. Few as we are, we will struggle to reach the Lord Commander. If we are to succeed, we must needs recruit others to our cause. how are we to carry out this bold endeavor, even with an army of knights at our back? A direct assault on the vault seems unlikely to succeed. You are correct, Master Alphino. Not even the assembled might of House Fortolm and the Temple Knights would be sufficient. With the support of another party, however, we may yet stand a chance. You speak of one of the other high houses. Precisely the opposite. I speak of the revolutionaries rumored to reside in the Burm. 'Twas these disgruntled Ishgardians who opened the gates of our city to the heretics, I believe. But of course, their hatred of the Holy See drove them to such deeds, they might well be persuaded to assist in Sir Emmerich's rescue, knowing the truth he would lay bare. Such is my hope, Master Alphino, and I would have you and Cornell reach out to them. As a Temple Knight and sworn servant of the Holy See, any overtures I make are doomed to fail. But as outsiders, the two of you may receive a warmer welcome. Very well. We shall seek out the leader of these revolutionaries and make our case. My thanks, Estinian. Will your brothers heed your command if you order them to stand aside? The Dragoons have no love for politics, my lady. They will gladly watch and wait while the Highborn fight amongst themselves. How very wise. Cornell, we should hurry to the Forgotten Knight. Tataro may have knowledge of these revolutionaries. Cornell, Alphino, gods, I've been worried sick. It's good to see you. And you, Tataro. How did you manage to escape the chaos in the streets? Gibralont and the others barricaded the doors until the heretics left. No one was harmed, thankfully. But what about you two? What came of your journey? You're not serious? What was Sir Emmerich thinking? I mean, the way you two talk about him, I wouldn't have believed. Anyway, I've heard rumors of the people you're looking for, but I doubt they'll be of much use. The one thing I can say with any certainty is that they're led by someone called the Mongrel. Queer moniker, if ever I heard one, but mayhap it will make the individual in question easier to find. Come, let us all make inquiries below. I don't know a god's damn thing about the Mongrel, but if I did, you can be sure I wouldn't tell you. Oh no! Is your mom still awake that you can ask her for help? Eh? What's that? Speak up! I can't hear as well as I used to. Ah. What'd you use to adhere it? A mongrel? Not sure I catch your meaning. To a true blood, we're all of us dogs down here. Oh. Not a single shred of information, just as I expected. These revolutionaries would not have evaded capture for so long without the masses' complicity. Still, it is good to know that Tato's ears are as sharp as ever. Exactly, Flower. Did you just wake up, by the way, Flower? Frustrating though it may be, we press on. While I continue speaking with the people of the Burm, why not go see if Giblont knows aught of value? As the proprietor of the Forgotten Knight, surely he must have heard whispers of the mongrel before. We can only hope that he will be more forthcoming than the others. I'm glad you got some decent length of sleep. You know, people long for a sympathetic ear, but they need to know that it comes with tight lips. Discretion, Cornell. That's what my customers expect. If they don't get it, then I don't get them. That being said, I'm not without my sympathies. I've heard the tales, and I know you've done right by highborn and lowborn alike. Least I can do is point you in the right direction. But to do that, I'll need you to do something for me. So happens there's a hunter up in the Crozier who owes me a bit of coin. However, I've agreed to accept payment in fresh herbs. Go and get them for me. Agreed? So you're Griblin's errand boy. Good, good. How's he doing? Same as always, right? Right? Any road, I hope he appreciates how much trouble I had to go through on account of his bloody herbs. Tell him to enjoy them while they last, because I doubt I'll be able to find any more next year. Well, you're going to hand him over to me or not? Aye, this ought to do it. With a few other spices, I can make it just like she used to. Alright, Joel. There are few things which stir the hearts of men like a sip of mulled wine. Share a glass with the right people, and who knows what stories they'll share. Now that I think on it, there's a woman I know, but who's rather fond of this blend. Eorzea is her name, and she resides in the Pillars. She's a maidservant to some noble house or another, I forget. Anyway, it'd be a shame if she didn't get to try this wine. Why not give her a bottle? Yes, I'm Eorzea. Beg your pardon? Do I know you, sir? Oh, it could. I know the smell. This is the wine that girl used to prepare, her special recipe. It must be decades since I last tasted this. Oh, the poor dear. Such a shame that she was taken in by that baron. Quite a dashing figure, I'll grant you that. Tall, slender, long of ear. Those dazzling ruby eyes of his were filled with lust. It was not more than infatuation, what she felt, but she convinced herself it was love, and he couldn't help but take advantage. When her belly started to grow, God's the scandal. I mean, 'tis not a common occurrence, but that it was a hearer made it so much. Well, I needn't tell you. She was discharged from his service, cast out onto the streets like so much refuse, and she returned to the Broom. We drifted apart. I only learned of her death years later by chance. Her child is the mongrel. So the amorous noble beds his maidservant and casts her aside when the seed takes root. Not the most original tale, is it? Cold comfort that for the women and children who live it, though. Even the penitent can appreciate wine from time to time. Take Geraldo, for example. Surely you've heard of him, no? He's a monk who offers succor to the poorest of the poor in the burn. A man of many vows, but none which prohibit spirituous beverages. Aye, if ever there was a man who deserved a drink, it be him. Alone's blessing be upon you, sir. A gift for me? The scent, how reminiscent of a wine once made by a dear old friend. May her soul rest in peace. Forsaken by her family, she toiled tirelessly to feed and clothe her child. Yet somehow she found time to help me tend to those in even worse circumstances. So compassionate she was, so full of love for her fellow man. 'Tis that love that gave her child strength to endure the scorn of the other younglings. That little girl, bless her heart. She couldn't help what she was. Eventually she won them over, but those first few years were trying. Even more so when she had to start fending for herself. Remember days she spent standing on the walls, raven black hair flowing in the wind, staring out as if searching for her mother's face in the mists. She was a remarkable woman, Cornell. After everything she was forced to endure, she still remained hopeful for the future, for her daughter's future. Some bonds are thicker than blood, but blood still defines us and divides us in the end. It's the legacy of our parents, Cornell, and we can't escape it, no matter how hard we try. So the mongrel and her pups chose to embrace theirs, proclaim it to all and sundry. If you can understand that, then maybe you can find her on your own. Still looking for your mongrel? Like I said before, take your pick. Plenty around if you know where to look, or did you fancy someone specific? Oh, someone's got unusual taste. Afraid I can't help you, though. Won't, rather. It's bloody obvious you ain't from the berm. Did you think I'd just tell you 'cause you asked nicely? Have you made any progress, Cornell? So our mongrel was born of an Elzen nobleman and a Huron maidservant. Granted, it is no location, but it is far more information than we had before, yes. Now that her striking features are known to us, mayhap we need only remain vigilant. There must be a way we can draw the mongrel out in the open. Mayhap we should discuss it with Totoro. Speaking of which, where is Totoro? Oh, confound it. She went below to make inquiries on her own, didn't she? We must find her quickly, Cornell. I have a premonition that this is not going to end well. Be right back, I'm gonna get myself a snack. I'm back. Cast your gaze on the streets below, but there is no sign of Totoro. Oh no! She must be around here somewhere. Take it you've had no luck either? Sorry, forget I said anything. Wait, down there. Isn't that Totoro? Those men are chased her quickly, Cornell, after them.
Where do you think you're going, Missy?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
What's going on here?
What's it to you, boy? Piss off.
Hold on. I've seen them around. They're in and out of House 4 Tom's Manor all the time.
Oh, I see. Skulking about at your highborn master's bidding, eh? Bloodhounds hoping to catch a whiff of heresy, is that it?
You are quite mistaken, I assure you. We came here to help. And if you know what's good for you, you will let us pass.
Haha! Listen to the pups yapping. Come here, boy. I'll give you cause to yelp.
Enough! Leave threatening women and children to our betters. We don't have the knack.
Hilda!
Lay a finger on the Blue Blood's pups, and you're like to lose the hand. And often I get called on by glorious heroes like yourself. So tell me, what have I done to deserve you?
Alright, I need to go put this snack away. It's too messy to eat and stream. Oh, no one told me my model disappeared. Alright, I'm back. Before you start, let's go somewhere, thank you. Private, eh? The Forgotten Knights say?
So, while you're on your way to kill Nidhogg, you stumbled on some dirty secrets that the Holy See has been hiding for centuries.
Eh? What are they on about?
The High Houses. And what makes a nobleman so bleeding noble? They trace their blood back to King Thordan and his Knights 12, the founders of Ishgard. But our friends here reckon we're all descended from the heroes of Eld. Highborn and lowborn alike. And so Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, has gone to ask the Archbishop if he wouldn't mind letting everyone know.
Is he simple? The old bastard will have him executed for heresy.
Well, seems to me that's what the good sir wants. Seems he thinks a noble sacrifice will serve to prove his claims.
We cannot stand idly by and allow Sir Emmerich to do this. Ishgard has need of him.
Look, you've a good heart, I can see that. Willing to risk your neck for someone else even when his troubles ain't yours. But what's this got to do with me?
If Sir Emmerich is imprisoned in the vault, we will need all the help we can muster to breach their defenses and rescue him.
What in the hell's...
The unmistakable scent of heresy.
Oh boy, another sycophant.
And what do we have here? The honored guests of House Fortom consorting with the Queen of Rats. Plotting insurrection, I shouldn't wonder. That won't do. Sickness is wont to fester and spread. It must be burnt out ere the infection takes hold.
I reckon Sir'd be happy to wield the irons himself. Well, so happens I've got irons of my own.
Such simple creatures, rats. Certain to attack when cornered. Let us step outside, milady. In here your toys could hurt someone.
Got him.
There's no denying your gifts. A well-deserved reputation indeed.
Enough! Lucky bastard.
Nay, 'tis we who are lucky. Had we fought on, 'Twas but a matter of time before our conflict claimed the life of an innocent bystander.
I thought the Heavensward might come here as well.
They came to the Temple Knights' headquarters.
Aye. Sir Grinno announced that the Lord Commander had been imprisoned under suspicion of heresy, and that the Heavensward had been granted full authority in his stead.
Then the Heavensward now commands the Temple Knights.
Those still loyal to Sir Emmerich answer to me. Alas, that amounts to but half our number. The other half, who opposed his promotion to Lord Commander, have gathered at the vault as ordered.
Bolstering the guard already, eh? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were expected.
I take it you're in charge around here?
Hilda. And yes, the young master was just persuading me to join his lost cause. Convincing little beggar, isn't he? Your passion moved me. A bit. That, and the fact that we're sick of living off the leavings of our betters. If you've a mind to change things around here, then we've a mind to join you.
Going to bed, Nina? Alright. Let me guess, you're wondering why I chose the mongrel, right? Because it's what I am. I'm not ashamed of it, not anymore. Besides, even my pureblood pups have more in common with me than the lords and ladies up on high. Then none of them are well-bred. Hell, some of their mothers were cast out after a spot of fun, same as mine. Story as old as time, and one we're sick of hearing, which is why we took up arms. Oh, I must actually skipped one. I think I clicked twice. Not that we mean to hold all the blue buds to account. Some have done right by us, I'll allow you. Like them in House Hallinart. Enough talk. Your friend's still rotting in his cell. Let's not keep him waiting. We've been working in secret to undermine the Holy See and the High Houses, that much I'll acknowledge. But this nonsense about us throwing wide the gates for the heretics is just that, nonsense. If not you, then who? You Temple Knights, of course, reckoned it was your beloved Sir Emmerich's doing at first, but then I heard how he lost his head. My next best guess would be the Heavensward. That way they'd have a perfect excuse to go door to door through the broom, slaughter the heretics and their sympathizers in one fell swoop. The Heavensward's scheme did not account for Lady Iceheart's intervention, and so they have been forced to improvise. Alright, 1 second. I gotta refill my drink. I drained it already. Alright, I'm back. Fine bloody mess, ain't it? But the die is cast, so what's the plan? We must divert the attention of the high houses away from the city, and to do that, we need the cooperation of your allies in their service. And what makes you think I have friends in high places? It would be fools not to, given your goals. Low-born knights are ideal recruits. Most swore fealty only out of desire for a better life. If offered an opportunity to shed the yoke and live for themselves, who among them would not at least be tempted to take it? Rare is the man eager to die for a cause he does not hold dear. But it need not come to this day. If they and their fellow knights are deployed afield to deal with a new threat, a massing of heretics, for example, then they will be unable to join in the defense of the vault. Huh. Spread false reports of an attack to get him out of harm's way, you mean? The city will not soon forget the heretics' last assault. If the high houses believe another attack is imminent, they will have no choice but to act. Can it be done? Can we trick them into leaving Ishgard? Aye. Can we keep them out for long? Not bloody likely. Make sure you're ready before I send word, because you won't get a second chance at this. Then it is decided. To the vault. The Archbishop must be held to account. And the Lord Commander granted his liberty. Hearken to me, everyone. We have two objectives: rescue Sir Emmerich and apprehend the Archbishop. We will therefore divide our forces into two parties. Estinian and I will make ready to breach the underground gaol and search for the Lord Commander. We will not move, however, until the second party has entered the vault. I speak of your party, Warrior of Light, together with Lord Halswang and Master Alphino. For this plan to succeed, you will need to fight your way into the highest levels of the vault, even unto the Archbishop's private chambers. When the Heavensward realizes what you intend, they will fly to their master's side, leaving only a token force to guard the gaol. Temple Knights loyal to our cause have already secured the entrance to the vault. Once you are within, they will signal to us. If all goes to plan, we shall rejoin you with Sir Emmerich and confront the Archbishop together. Is everyone clear on their duties? Then let us do what must needs be done. The others are in position, Master Cornell. I will send word once you and your party have entered. All right, let's continue storming the church. There's Harvest. Aw. Well, make sure to take it off before you go to sleep. Good. Don't need to have that stain all over your pillow. Sadly, I've done it before. Went to sleep with makeup on from a haunt I was working and basically ruin a pillowcase because it's just all stained with the makeup I was wearing the night before and fake blood and all that. Yeah, that's not good.
Away with you!
Fair.
I shall show you something.
Sort of Bruno.
Cut you to pieces!
Harder.
I will not yield to you!
Alright. Rabbit, you're such a good girl today with making sure to at least put in the great effort on that RAM replacement. And I know you're going to continue to be a good girl and figure out a solution to that problem. Make sure you continue to stay hydrated tonight, though. Can't have you dehydrated on us, now can we? There you go. You're welcome. You'll have to let me know if it worked. Because I'm sure you were just trying to fluster the poor thing. Oh, convenient. Oh my goodness. So what are you guys, what are you three up to? Because I can see all three of your avatars on my stream avatars. Okay. Oh, you were asleep, Thunder? Brain melted from trying to fix my computer. Refuses to pick up my monitors. Oh no. Oh boy. This guy again, huh?
Filthy rats! Be done with you! Sickness must be purged!
I have my pride.
Be done with you! And now the final cut! This shall be a mercy. You disgust.
I shall show you something special.
Away with you!
Sickness must be purged. Be done with you!
I shall show you something special.
Sickness must be purged.
Did you make sure that your video card is seated all the way in? If you have a one that's not just built in. Okay. HDMI. Okay.
Filthy rats! Be done with you! Sickness must be purged!
Away with you!
Be done with you! And now the final cut! This shall be a mercy.
You disgust. I'll show you something special.
Sickness must be purged. Be done with you. Sickness must be purged.
I'm really trying to get a level 2 limit break.
Be done with you. Sickness must be purged.
Damn it. Just as I activated it. Dragon Sight, huh? What does that do? Right eye to self, increasing damage dealt by 10% and nullifying. Okay, so it's a interesting.
Our power! How can this be? Fall back!
Father, please!
For a mercy, we were not too late.
Why must you do this, Father? Nidhogg is fallen. There is no need for further deception. Now is the time to renounce the lies which led us down this path. To start anew!
And tear down the very pillars of our society? Our history, our values, everything we have built over 1,000 years? A fool to the last.
Look out!
Go. Asisla awaits.
Lord Orchefort!
Alright, after this cutscene.
It's no good. The wound is too deep. It refuses to mend.
You are unharmed? Forgive me. I could not bear the thought of... Oh, do not look at me so. A smile better suits a hero.
I don't know what to say. The others, they are gathered at Fortune Manor. Alright. Now then. Hana. She is or you are Flower? Let me know as I do this. Hana. Have you been a good girl since you got home? Gotten yourself something to snack or to eat. Hydration. And got yourself all comfy after being at work. And know that you taking care of yourself makes you such a good girl. I'm so proud of all the hard work you put in. There you go. Ha 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 ha. As I'm getting into another cutscene, it's gonna have to wait.
Don't. Please. A knight lives to serve, to protect, to sacrifice. There is no greater calling.
I mean, would you rather it was me trying to give you a hug, Rabbit?
Leave me to mourn and give chase. For my son and for the nation he loved. Go!
His sacrifice shall not be forgotten.
My son.
It is normal. Alright, time for that other redeem. Hana. What do you think you're doing, huh? Being such a bad girl, picking on Rabbit. What is going on? You know what happens to bad girls, don't you? They get punished. Unable to touch or bite what they desire. Let's say until tomorrow after work. I could not stand there in silence, but when all others had forsaken us, Lord Houseful took us in. Yeah. If you keep picking on Rabbit and threatening her with hugs, at least for the rest of tonight, when all others had forsaken us, our beacon of hope in a world of darkness, he did his utmost to raise our spirits so that we might face our troubles with courage, with conviction, so that we might face them as knights. We must press on with our mission. Tataro, pray return to your duties at the Forgotten Knight. Let us go speak with Sir Emmerich Cornell. I worry for his well-being. Made a deal that I would stop trying to hug Rabbit every time I saw them in return for bully material. So for tonight, I'm just head patting. Good. Maybe. And now time to lurk again. Need to look at something in this D&D session. You're just going to hide, Flower, because you're afraid you might be next. Oh boy, you guys. An audience with the Lord Commander? Yes, of course.
My friends, I am in your debt.
Think nothing of it. Your wounds are healing well, I trust.
Some wounds do not heal. The founding. The scriptures, 1,000 years of lies, all to deceive the common man. Nay, our own brothers and sisters. For the blood of the Knights 12 flows within all our veins. You knew this to be true. You knew, and you concealed it.
I should be interested to hear how you came by this knowledge. But yes, you have the right of it. The architects of Ishgard, King Thordan and his Knights 12, entrapped and butchered the great worm, Ratatosker, that they might partake of her eyes and thereby transcend their mortal limits. Upon learning of their treachery, Nidhogg was consumed with a murderous and justified rage. I dare say you know what followed.
The great worm slew the king and half of his knights.
Aye, but Nidhogg was subdued, and his eyes plucked from their sockets by the knights that remained. Their one mistake was to show mercy. For from his brother Hraesvelgr did Nidhogg receive a new eye, thus rejuvenating his form and empowering him to embark upon an eternal quest for vengeance.
Whilst Thordan's son Haldreth took one of Nidhogg's eyes and learned to wield its power in defense of his people.
Thus was the first Azure Dragoon born, and ever since that time, his honored successors have risen to drive Nidhogg from our lands whenever the worm has returned to plague us. I ask you, my son, will you answer for my sins? Will your son and his son answer for me as well?
What do you mean?
If a man cannot atone for his sins in the course of his all too fleeting life, Must his progeny then be held to account? Must every subsequent generation be judged as well? Thorin's betrayal of Ratatoskr was an unconscionable, unforgivable sin. Should we then, as his descendants, meekly surrender ourselves to an eternity of punishment?
Those should not be coming up at the same time.
Say
We have to
I.
check the
I would
timer.
not see our children sacrificed in a vain attempt to appease an implacable foe. Dragons are not like us, my son. To they who live forever, the wrongs of antiquity are as those of yesterday. No reparations shall ever suffice. This fact alone should serve as ample justification for our actions. Yet some refuse to see it as such. For men like you, who yearn to commit themselves to a nobler cause, a more compelling narrative is required.
This is your solution. This is how you protect our people. You have given us a lost cause, a death sentence. With your compelling narrative, you but doom our countrymen to give their lives for a lie.
And they do so gladly. Highborn and lowborn alike are proud to serve, to fight and die for their country. And what would you say to them? What would you tell the wives who have lost their husbands? The mothers who have lost their sons? That their loved ones died for naught? Over the course of 1,000 years, countless men have donned these robes, and every one of them came to accept the necessity of this solution. Once, I hoped you might come to accept it as well. Do not despair, my son. Soon I shall free us from the sins of antiquity, and bring about the change you so fervently desire. If he has spoken with others, I would have their names. Escort him to a cell and question him thoroughly.
Your Eminence.
You saw something, did you not? A vision of the past?
So this is the power of the Echo. Would that it had shown you a finer moment from my past. 'Twas an exercise in futility, as you saw. Faced with the firmity of his conviction and his many ready rejoinders, my words deserted me. To be frank, I am embarrassed to recall it.
A friend once impressed upon me the importance of differentiating between words, deeds, and beliefs. Why?
Oops.
Even so, I cannot help but wonder what manner of change he intends to bring about.
I have given some thought to that as well. During the battle within the vault, The Heavensward demonstrated strange and unnatural abilities.
Aye, the manner in which Ser Zephyrin struck down Lord Haurchefant was unlike anything I've ever seen before.
The spectacle called to mind King Thordan and his Knights 12 as they are depicted in scripture, holy powers and all.
Mere fabrications, which have become objects of faith, instilled with the belief of countless devoted souls. Seven hells!
If Lady Iceheart can use her own body as a vessel for summoning, I see no reason why others could not.
Are the Heavensward truly so reckless?
Unbelievable.
As they fled, my father spoke of Aziz La. Though I know not what he intends, I fear no good shall come of it. His ambitions are too great, and his minions too powerful. We must find the Heavensward and stop my father before it is too late.
Master Crits, Master Alphino, I, Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, do hereby entreat the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Our aid in preventing whatever it is that the Archbishop intends. Your aid in bringing him to justice. Too much blood has been spilled for the lies he perpetrated. No more. Yes, yes, of course. You two were close, I know. Much has changed since our order's founding, but our duty to combat the primal threat has not. The Archbishop and the Heavensward are guilty of the crime of summoning, then Cornell and I will stop them. Would that I could join you in the pursuit, but alas, my father's absence has thrown our government into chaos. Ever since the founding of our nation, there has been an archbishop to serve as a guiding light for the masses, a force for stability to counterbalance the High House's ceaseless maneuvering. Convincing the people to recognize the truth of our origins would have been difficult even with my father's support. The road ahead is that much more fraught with peril without it. Yet walk it we must, for unity is more vital to our survival than ever. After all, Nidog's death did not mark the cessation of the Dravanian hostilities. Far from it. We will have great need of each other in the days to come. You may ever count on my lance, Sir Emmerich. To my dying breath I shall defend Ishgard from the Horde. If I may, Lord Commander, I would like to assist the Scions in their search for the Archbishop. Cornell, Master Alphino, pray attend me outside. Very well with me, Cornell. I believe we have much to discuss. The Soleil was westward bound, so I sent word to Camp Cloudtop on the off chance the airship passed nearby. Sure enough, Lady Laniette informed me it had been sighted by her scouts. Then the Archbishop is somewhere in the Sea of Clouds. Or was it not too long ago the airship has not been seen since it disappeared into the northern reaches near the Blue Window? Alas, because of the region is firmly held by the Vanu Vanu, and not easily accessible from Camp Cloudtop, House Harliant has yet to establish a foothold. We will need not only an airship, but a captain bold enough to risk the beastman's wrath. I think we both know the perfect candidate. Cornell, let us pay a visit to Master Garland at the Sky Steel Manufactory. I see. Then I will take my leave for now. There are other matters which require my attention. All right. Flower, my good girl Flower. I know you've been a good pet today. Have you drank anything or eaten anything since you woke up? I know if you're my good girl like I think you are, you will. I know you like to make sure, though you are a brat and a glutton at times, that you do as I wish. Ah, the dastardly duo. What mischief have you two been getting up to lately? You haven't heard, have you? I hardly know where to start. He was a good man. Yep. Sid, have you ever heard of Isis Law? The Archbishop spoke of it before he fled. No, but it's probably some source of phenomenal cosmic power that's key to his plans. From what he told Cornell, the Asians tried to tempt him, and as they tempted Gaius with the ultimate weapon. Even if he spoke true about playing along, I can see him attempting to seize it. As if we needed another reason to pursue him. Well, I'm convinced the Enterprise is at your disposal. Come to the airship landing when you are ready to depart. It's just as well. After pulling you out of the fire these last few times, I reckoned I was due to deliver you into it. Into the fire, is it? In that case, I should inform Totoro of our plans. Pray go on ahead to the airship landing. I shall join you anon. The boys have been hard at work preparing for our flight, and I'm pleased to say we are ready to depart. That is as soon as a certain... Pray forgive my lateness. Totoro and I had much to discuss. We still have no news on the missing scions, but she assures me that Rangier and Roon are pursuing promising leads. Come. We can continue this discussion aboard the Enterprise. The others are waiting for you aboard the Enterprise, Cornell. Shall we get going?
To the northern reaches of the Sea of Clouds, where countless isles yet remained uncharted. In search of a mysterious land known as Azizlar, and the unmasked villain who sought to claim its secrets. Oblivious to the new threat which followed in their wake, they came.
I hope whatever it is okay, enemy. From here, Camp Cloudtop looks rather far. Be on your guard, Cornell. The Vanu could be anywhere, even watching us as we speak. Assuming the Soleil is here, I doubt she will come to us. We should begin searching the Isle in earnest. Of course, we must remain vigilant for Vanu scouts as well. I would rather avoid needless bloodshed. Gods, look at them. So many aisles, so many places to hide. No, we must not lose hope. He is out there, Cornell. We will find him. We search the skies for the Soleil, but see nothing resembling the missing airship. Mayhap this effort was doomed to failure. Begs mercy of Netherlings, do not fight. Do not wish to die. Was that a Vanu being attacked? But by whom? Over there. Imperial troops. Ishgardians. Seize them. They'll know where the Archbishop is. Nope.
Protect me! Healer can heal the
mech? Interesting. Netherlings save Lanuvanu from certain deaths, showers Netherlings with thanks like summer squall. Lanuvanu knows not what wind bears Netherlings to Cloudsea, but warmly welcomes them. Shows gratitude with gratitude where gratitude is due. Lanuvanu owes much and more to Netherlings. As saviors, as heroes, Zundu welcomes you. To the village we go, to north. Come on. Bum bum ba da da. Like breeze guides leaves to rest, come and lay down your burdens, Netherlings. Lanuvanu throws wide arms in greeting. Behold, Akzundu. Far warmer welcome than the one you received from the Vundu, I think. Vondu bluster and blow hither and yon, sound and fury like aimless gale. Eh? What unseen lightning begets such thunderous report? Cannons. There you are, did you see it? It's that damned flying whale again, the Imperials are after it. Where? The White? He's wounded. Hug attacks. How are you, Andy, honey? By the 12, did that beast just eat the island? Good. How is Helldivers? Oh, insatiable wight, oh devourer of worlds, why must you torment us? Nice! Lanu Vanu wastes no more words on his unfathomable deeds. Come, nettlings, come and break words with Chief Zundu. Aw. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. I appreciate you coming to hang out a little bit before you wind down for the night. Aww. Well, thank you, sweetheart. With wisdom deep as nethers and eyes clear as cloudless blue, Sanu Vanu speaks for Zundu. Hearken to his words. Nettlings deliver Lonovanu from the claws of steel-shod fiends and prove nobility. He knows not to ignore Zephyr winds and brings before you with all haste. Soft rains to soothe the heart and sunshine to warm. Gratitude of Sanu, chief of Zundu, is boundless. We are honored to meet you, Chief Sanu. I'm Alpino Levier, and these are my companions, Cornell Crits and Sid Garland. We come in search of an airship, a flying vessel of the Nethers, which we believe is somewhere in the Cloud Sea. Ah. Like the black steel-shod contraption from which you saved Lanuvanu? Alas, no. That ship belongs to the Garlean Empire, and an old enemy of ours, though not the enemy we are looking for at present. The men we seek wear armor of purest white and are led by an older man in white robes. Wait, Lano here tell of these nettlings? You do? Are you certain? As sun rises and falls and returns, we are. Zundu scouts can testify to words of Lanuvanu. Aye, aye. Winds carry purpose of nettlings to our ears as well. Nettlings seek key to Azla. Now we're getting somewhere. Tell us, Chief Sono, what exactly is Azla? Beware, nettlings, for blackest clouds portend great Final Fantasy XIV Rebirth at the end of the month. Other than that, I haven't looked that far forward into the year. Oh, War Within for World of Warcraft, coming out this summer. Look not into heart of tempest. There lies ancient birthplace of sin, home of forbidden secrets. To speak more is to call the wind. But the white devours isle where key is kept, deep within bowels of mighty Bismarck. It lies beyond reach of the foolhardy, and beyond ours. Rejoice not in his gluttony, Lanu Vanu. For as stone gives way to water and wind, all yields to the white. This he knows, Chief Sanu. Madness of Vundu bodes ill for all Vanu. What about you? What other games are you looking forward to this year? So Az's Law is home to forbidden secrets, accessible only to the bearer of a key which the Archbishop covets. Much as I would like to believe it's safe within the belly of Bismarck, the knights of the Heavensward wield primal powers. We do not slay the whale and claim the key first, they surely will. Quite how we will go about this is another matter. As was the case in our battle with Leviathan, we are out of our element, and this time we are far fewer allies to call upon. Be that as it may, our customary approach still holds true. We must begin by learning more about the White. Let us each question the residents of the village, then regroup and share our findings anon. If Netherlings seek knowledge of the White, then speak with Kunuvali, foremost keeper of tales, but neglect not to present self with humility and respect. As sun yields to moon and moon to sun, Netherlings must greet Kunuvali with a bow. Fair enough. You have been a Destiny fan a long time. I'm so behind on Destiny 2. It's not even funny. What ill-mannered beast comes before... Oops, I forgot to... Zephyr winds at your back and sunshine to warm your brow, traveler. From below Kunuvali, keeper of tales, hears your words and she remembers. In times long ago, in lands elsewhere, before even the Cloud Sea, the White is one among many. Newborn, he swims beside his many brothers in seas of endless water. But hated the White is, for his brothers are purest black. So great is their contempt, their loathing, that they turn upon him and rend his flesh asunder. So he falls, only to rise again, for merciful gods raise him to the heavens, and there he is reborn. The White still longs for the sea to which he cannot return, but in rebirth a splinter of the divine is shared, and so he opens his maw from whence come the clouds, and a new sea is born, home to him alone. Content he gazes below and sees others who are as he. Hated and hunted he weeps, and in his benevolence he raises up isles of earth and guides these people to the Cloud Sea. Such is the tale of his rebirth and the salvation of the Vanu. May it never be forgot. But this demon which menaces the Cloud Sea, his rage is that of the Vundu, his hunger that of a wild beast. The isles are his gift to us, yet now he must consume them? Kunuvali knows no tales like this. Alright. I am going to be playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on its launch day, which is the 29th, which I think is, what, 2 weeks from today. So according to the Vanu, the Sea of Clouds and the Floating Isles were gifts from Bismarck to his people. Gifts which he has taken to eating, yes, technically within his rights, I suppose, if perhaps a little ungenerous, gods, eh? But what of you, Alphino? Did you learn aught of value? Alas, no. That is, unless you have an interest in the intricacies of Vanu sky fishing. Sky fishing, my gods, that's it. Alphino, my boy, I could kiss you. From what we have observed, Bismarck is a creature of pure instinct, driven primarily by hunger. When wounded by the Imperials, it fled, but not before devouring another island to restore its strength. What I propose is this: we tow a suitably appetizing island through the Sea of Clouds, in essence, fishing for our flying whale. Once we draw Bismarck out of hiding, we shall use dragon killers to fire grapnels into the beast's hide, and then reel it in close, enabling our resident Icon Slayer to engage it directly. A bold plan, Master Garland, but an exceedingly dangerous one. Should Cornell fail to subdue the creature, he would almost certainly be eaten, along with the rest of your appetizing island. Oh, he won't fail, and if anything does go wrong, I'll be at the helm of the Enterprise, ready to tow him out of trouble. I wouldn't entrust a task like this to anyone else. Nor I. I trust you have no objection to me joining you as well. Not at all, the more the merrier. Right then, it seems the boys and I have a lot of work to do if the Enterprise is to be ready for our fishing trip. Well, you two need to find me some bait. And not just any island, mind. I want a mouthful at most. Bloodlines. Oh, I forgot about Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 coming out this year. And I take that back. There's also Into the Pit, the new FNAF game that's supposed to come out this year. I think it's this year. Well, you heard, Sid. We need an island to bait the hook. By way of first step, I propose we speak with Chief Sono. If the Zundu are as concerned by Bismarck's behavior as they have given us to believe, they may well be supportive of our efforts to slay him. The Traumatone is upon us. The white feasts and the Vundu rejoice in his carnage. Hear me, Chief Sonu. This creature which torments you now is not the deity who raised up the floating isles and made a gift of them to you. He is a perversion of your beliefs given form by the Vundu, a false savior who consumes that which he should rightly safeguard. Yet, it need not be this way, Chief Sunu. We have the power to strike down this impostor, but we must beg of you an island to see it done. Moats against the tempest, in vain do they struggle. Yet who is Sunu to speak of what may be? Perhaps even the Tramontane can turn to the Ponente? Very well, Netherlings. When you are ready, tell Zundu scouts what manner of island you require, and they guide you to it. We shall not fail, Chief Sonu. On that you have my word. Come, Cornell, let us see how Sid's preparations are progressing. Isn't Star Wars Outlaws also coming out this year? Nice. That's another one I would like to play. But I'm not sure how many I'll be able to afford this year. With having to move and everything. Our Ishgardian friends have furnished us with dragon killers and ammunition, and I've taken the liberty of procuring a Magitech field generator as well. Rest assured, we've chains to spare, every link forged by the manufactory's master craftsmen. If you've any lingering doubts as to their strength, know that they were originally intended to bind dragons, and were not found wanting. It pleases me to inform you that the Vanu Vanu have agreed to furnish us with an island of our choosing. Then all that remains is to confirm the readiness of the poor buggers who will actually be doing the fighting, Cornell. Let Wedge know when your party is assembled. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I don't like this plan. I don't like it one bit. But I can't help being excited all the same. So tell me, Cornell, are you ready to hunt the white whale? After you then, Cornell, all aboard! So we got about a 5-minute wait, possibly. What else have you been up to, Andy? You just keeping yourself busy with work and all that? Trying to think of what else is coming out this year. I haven't heard any really big, like, first-party Nintendo announcements. But they also haven't done their first Nintendo Direct for the year yet either. What else? Well, the next expansion for this is coming out, too. All right. Hopefully we get into a party soon. What's the next action we get? '68 Mirage Drive. Mirage Dive, rather. Dive ready. Corthian Torment. There is an attack. All enemies in a straight line, so it's a cone. It's a straight line attack. That's nice. High jump. Star Diver. Huh. Wait, that grants... So this is the progression of this? Yeah, because it's the same combo activation. Interesting. Lots of straight line for multiple enemies, so I get to build this combo string up more from these two. Means I'm gonna have to start dropping stuff off from the far end of the bar. Taking a long time. Oh, that worked. Oh, let's go. What in the 7 hells was that? On your guard. Alright, after this fight, Flower. Field generator's gone. All right. Again, once I get out of this fight. Damn. There's 3 of them. They're gonna try and beat this thing. Alright, hold on. Oh, dear rabbit. Have you been a good girl today, making sure the lizard is taken well taken care of? Keeping you as well hydrated and fed. I know you'll want to continue being a good girl and be rewarded later. Yeah, they're gonna get wasted. Did it work though? If I die again, I'll do it. I gotta focus on this fight. Rabid, what do you mean you're not behaving? Hmm? You're being a bad girl that needs a punishment? Nice firm hand. Maybe your punishment will be having to give hugs to each one of us. Shit. All right, cuddle pile on Rabid then. Yep, big cuddle pile. We got it.
To none. Hearken. Receive a blessing. Small.
So falls the Lord of Mists, as did all others before him. How many times does this make, warrior of light? Ah, how much you have grown, far beyond the limits of mere mortals.
He has what we seek?
That he does. The key to Azizla and the secrets of Alag. I see you have regained the blessing of light, albeit at a fraction of its former strength.
thanks to you, Ascian. And to you as well, Warrior of Light, for saving us the effort of slaying Bismarck. Now that the key is within our grasp, the path to the heavens shall at last be laid bare. By our deeds shall the wrongs of antiquity be righted, and man reclaim the reins of history.
Oh my. Forgive me, Cornell. Had I known what was happening, mayhap I could have done something to stop them. Alas, Wedge and I were still sealed within the engine room and heard not of the struggle until it was over. And now, for all our efforts, the Archbishop holds the very thing we sought to keep from him. But all is not lost, for we yet live, and we know their destination. Let us give chase and bring an end to their machinations. Though we failed to secure the key, we must not forget that we succeeded in ridding the realm of another primal, and prevented the Vanu's lands from being consumed in so doing. The Zundu, at least, should be glad of our deeds this day. Let us go and inform Chief Sono of our victory. Sid and the others will need a moment to tend to the Enterprise besides.
Wait, something is amiss. Imperial troops. And they have already secured the area.
Reveal yourselves at once! And there I was expecting more beastmen. Who are you?
I thought Ishgardians responsible for the disappearance of our scouts, but I see now that I was mistaken.
The Emperor.
Just as Wire observed, the Warrior of Light is wont to appear at the most inopportune times.
The Warrior of Light? He who bested Van Baelsar?
It would seem that the famous hero of Eorzea seeks Azizlar as well. Hardly unexpected. The secrets of the Allagan's power to bind icons to their will could scarcely fail to interest the scions of the Seventh Dawn. You know as well as we what will ensue should these insatiable creatures be allowed to roam free. That their very existence threatens the life of this star. We but disagree on the solution to the problem.
Genocide has ever been the Empire's favored recourse. And that is why we will continue to oppose your every attempt to claim Eorzea.
You do not hesitate to speak your mind, even when your every word could be your last. Alas, your sentiments betray the narrowness of your view. The fate of Eorzea and its inhabitants is of little concern next to the fate of the world. Tis my solemn charge as Emperor to bring the icons to heel. If this requires the extermination of certain elements, then so be it.
No, don't! They are not his thralls!
Where did that come from?
Take cover!
White Magitech.
Your Radiance, we must withdraw.
The new Agrius. Jeez, it's huge.
We shall meet again, Warrior of Light. On that you have my word.
So Garlemald too has designs on Azizlar. But why would the Emperor himself elect to lead the expedition?
Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would stand less than 20 paces from the Emperor of Garlemald. Varus Zosa Galvus in the flesh. I assume the commander that accompanied him must be the legatus of whom the centurion spoke. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor the place for such idle speculation. Pray return to the Enterprise at once. It occurs to me that our friends may have run afoul of Imperial forces as well. I have yet to apprise Chief Sono of all that occurred, but once I have, we will rejoin you at the airship. Bum 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 bum. Take the 12, you're alive, Cornell. When the battleship appeared and fired on the village, we feared the game was up for you in Alphino. What in the seven's hells happened out there? First, the Archbishop turns up with an Asian in tow, and now the goddamn Emperor pays us a visit. What is this, a procession of notable bastards? Who's next? The Keeper of the Seventh Bloody Gate? Reminds me, watching, listening, this stream ends up spoiling me. Oh well, not paying for it to play it again. Oh, that's true. You're getting to see all the main story quests. No one so notable, Master Garland. I am happy to report that the Zundu were overjoyed to learn of Bismarck's demise. Chisono sends his warmest regards, Cornell. There was much talk of westerly winds. Miraculously, none suffered lasting harm during the raid. It would seem the Zundu were taken entirely unawares and wisely chose to offer no resistance. Since they have no more to fear from the Empire, for the present at least, had the Emperor truly been intent on their extermination, Zundu would already have been leveled. Plainly, Varus is only interested in reaching Aziz's law. Speaking of which, if you're all ready to continue the chase, the Enterprise is as well, shall we? Lest you wonder, Wedge was able to calculate the heading indicated by the beam of light emitted by the key. If Aziz's law lies in that direction, we'll find it. The Soleil may have a lead on us, but she's no Enterprise. We'll catch them, you'll see.
I did not think that I would ever have occasion to pilot a suit of Magitech armor again, least of all under these circumstances.
Call them all as well.
My full name is Lucia Go Junius, and I was born a citizen of Garlemald.
That explains it. When we first met in Ishgard, I very nearly called you Livia.
Livia? Livia Sasjunius? The tribunus who served under Gaius van Baelsar?
Aye, she was my sister, though we spent little time together. After our parents were killed in an uprising, we were sent to live in different households, setting us on separate paths. Livia felt at home on the battlefield and chose to become a soldier, while I underwent training to become a spy.
Then, Ishgard was...
my mission. It was believed that Allagan relics of great worth were stored in the vault, and I was sent to investigate. Though I was given little information at the time, I now suspect I was searching for the key we but recently lost. And then I met Sir Emmerich. 'Twas was his usefulness to my mission which prompted me to approach him, but I soon found myself drawn to him for other reasons. He too was a prisoner of his past, judged for his heritage as a bastard son of the Archbishop. Yet unlike my sister and I, he did not curse his fate. He simply rose above it. In time, I came to realize that I had found a man worth following, and a new home besides. And when I subsequently confessed all to Sir Emmerich, he was good enough to accept me into his service.
I do not question your loyalty to Sir Emmerich. It is your loyalty to your sister which concerns me.
I have long been of the opinion that those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future. My sister fought for her convictions and for those she held dear. So do I. So must we all.
Well, I, for one, am happy to welcome a fellow Garlean to our merry band. Especially one who can make Magitech armor sing.
Chief, we should be getting close.
Once we break through those clouds, we'll be right where the light was pointing. Right where Azizlar should be.
Hold on, everyone! Look! I think that's it! Chief, is that... Allagan? Aye. There's no mistaking their handiwork.
What was that?
Some sort of barrier.
She won't hold, Chief! She's breaking up!
I've lost the artillery propeller!
Sid, it's no use! We must return to Ishgard and find another way!
God damn it all! Why do the Allagans always have to make everything so bloody complicated?
And we'd barely finished repairing the damage incurred during our sky fishing trip. On the other hand, any landing you can walk away from, as they say. I can only presume the Soleil passed through the barrier unscathed. That would certainly explain why the Vanu called it a key. Alright, and that's where we will end for tonight. Let's find someone to raid. Let me check one place. I'm the only person streaming there. Let me check another. Nope. Let me check here. Okay. Let me check here. Nope. Nope. Oh, having to really dig through the groups here. Ah, there's one. All right, so we will be doing Final Fantasy VII Remake tomorrow. So please look forward to that. And then we will see what else we can get into. Saturday will be more 14. Let's see. All right. We've got an artist we're going to raid. So take care of yourselves, everybody. I'm proud of you all. Make sure to hydrate and eat. And we'll see you on the next stream. Good night.